Hi, so we can record. This meeting is being recorded. So, Council, would you please state your name? Yes, good afternoon, Judge Beth Miller from Nash Disability Law. All right, so Ms. Miller, we have John Kitover and his March 24th, 2025 disability insurance benefit application referencing story mode May 15th of 2024 as its onset date. And so for Mr. Kitover, may I take his electronic file and place it into evidence? Yes. All right, it's in the record. And proceeding with Mr. Kitover's hearing by telephone, would that be done with your permission? Yes. Okay, wonderful. And now, would our claimant, Mr. John Kitover, please state his name?
John Kitover.
So, Mr. Kitover, do you affirm that you'll tell the truth at this proceeding?
Yes.
And handling your hearing by phone, is that okay with you?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you so much. So, are you working now?
No, Judge.
Have you worked at all since May 15th of 2024?
No, Judge.
Did you work for the federal government?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so did you work for the Internal Revenue Service?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, just out of curiosity, does the Department of Agriculture handle the payroll for the IRS?
I believe so, Judge.
Yeah, because your detailed earnings report had to pay her as the Department of Agriculture, and that's not uncommon where other federal agencies will service a different one. Like, for instance, the Department of the Interior acts as the timekeeper for the Social Security Administration as well. So, and I think they were handling some of the payroll duties as well. Okay, so I just want to get that clear. So, how long did you work for the IRS?
From September of 2019 till May of 2024.
Okay. September 2019 to May of 2024. Okay. And what was the title of your position with the IRS?
Support Services Specialist.
Okay. And so you have a college degree, correct?
Yes, Judge.
And where did you attend?
The Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay. So that's a military school, right?
Yes, Judge.
And what did you major in there?
Business.
Okay. So then, Mr. Kitover, what were your duties with the IRS as a support service specialist?
Facilities management and project management.
Okay, and what did that entail?
Opening and closing IRS offices in the Midwest.
Okay.
It was downtown Chicago at the Federal Plaza.
Is that like in the Kuzinski building?
Yes.
I know that the IRS is located there. Okay. All right. And then so this job, does it require you to travel?
Yes.
Okay. What were some of the locations you had to go to?
Green Bay, Wisconsin, Sioux City, Iowa, Waterloo, Iowa, a couple other places.
Okay. And how would you get there?
Plane and car.
Okay. So, how often would you have to travel? Let's say you're looking at maybe a 30-day month. On average, how many days out of those 30 days would you be on the road to one of these locations?
Generally about 1 out of every 4 weeks.
Okay, so 1 week out of you were on the road for a week, right? Out of a 4-week period.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Okay, so then when you were in the office, I guess before the pandemic, I guess during the pandemic, did you work at home?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, before the pandemic, I think it started March of 2020 when things changed with the federal government. When you were in the office, did you use a computer as part of your job?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and so when you were in the office, would you be primarily working in a seated posture, Mr. Kitover?
Yes. Yes, Judge.
Okay. And so, did you do any lifting as part of your job, either in office or when you were on the road?
Yes, Judge.
And what was the heaviest weight you had to lift?
20 pounds, Judge.
Okay. And so, when you were actually engaged in opening, I guess, or closing offices, what specifically would you be doing in that regard?
Using software on the computer to do floor plans, coordination between different business units internally, purchase requisition, contracting, and reconciliation, the whole full cycle project management for opening and closing federal office space.
So, just what was the reason you actually had to travel out to this site in order to do this?
To meet with landlords and employees that are part of the project. A lot of it had to do with key access as the project manager. It's all the planning that you do on the computer system, and it all goes into that facility.
Okay, when you were out in the field then, Mr. Kitover, were you on your feet walking around, or were you sitting at a provided desk and computer and working with your software?
It was maybe 20% facility walkthroughs and analysis, and then 80% computer and in conference meetings.
So when you're in computer and conference meeting sort of duties, then you were seated, right?
Yes, Judge.
Just out of curiosity, I always thought that this sort of thing was handled by the General Services Administration for all the federal agencies, but
Yes, Judge.
was the IRS unique in this regard if they had their own?
IRS leases through GSA, so we meet with our GSA
Okay.
counterpart.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause I've been through that thing myself. You know. So okay. All right. So then what was the reason that you stopped working for the Internal Revenue Service?
Since I got diagnosed in the Army as bipolar and have been suffering on and off with severe depression and mania, and the work and the management and senior management, I would say that my mental health and psychiatric condition just kind of, resulted in a lot of extreme conflict. And I filed an EEOC complaint because of threats of workplace violence and sexual harassment. And so it was, I basically had like I guess a nervous breakdown, and could no longer go to work because of that.
Okay, so what sort of pressures were being exerted on you at the Internal Revenue Service that caused you to have these reactions?
Threats of workplace violence, sexual harassment, intimidation, abuse, and also just inability to do the work mentally. I can't, my brain and my ability I couldn't do a lot of the project work. I have limitations, I guess, mentally, neurologically, that I just basically couldn't fulfill the duties and requirements of the position.
Okay, just what was this untoward behavior? I mean, threats of violence, that's actually criminal behavior, and sexual harassment. Was it coming like from one or two people, or was it some sort of a
two people,
conglomerate, a manager of two people? Were they in the hierarchy over you?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Okay. And so then, Mr. Kitover, have you ever been hospitalized in a mental health facility?
Yes, Judge.
And how many times in your life has that situation occurred?
2 times I've been the 5150.
And what was the first time?
I think the summer of 2013 or 2014, 2012, 2013 in the West LA VA hospital.
Okay. So what was going on in your life at that time point that led to that level of treatment?
I was having hallucinations and manic episodes, and just deteriorated mental health and physical health, and so I was being taken care of and helped by the VA.
Okay. Were you in the Army then?
Yes.
And how about the second time?
I went for a follow-up appointment with my psychiatrist, and she thought it was best that she re-hospitalized me.
And when was that, Mr. Kitover?
Maybe a month after the first hospitalization, for a month.
Okay, so then, Mr. Kitover, now, in Chicago, do you live with anybody?
No.
You live alone, okay.
It's a house.
And so can you share with us, what is a day in your life like? What do you do with yourself?
If I get up, I try to make a cup of coffee and have a bowel movement. And I'm kind of just staying in home a lot. Um, I don't really do any work. I just try to like do the basic house maintenance, and I am trying to do a book club with other veterans that have PTSD and depression or bipolar, and so I'm trying to do that. And I'm going to the VA hospital, the Hines Hospital, to meet with a psychiatrist and a therapist, and so I'm trying to get back into the mental health clinic there, and so that's pretty much my daily schedule.
Okay. Okay. So do you go shopping in stores?
No, I do the Amazon delivery.
Do you have a social life at all?
I live a limited, maybe two friends. But yeah, I would say because of like my mental health or bipolar, personality, I have limited friendships.
And do you keep in touch at all with any of your classmates from the Citadel days?
Maybe like on the internet, but I don't really. People are married, they have kids. I don't, there's no reason to talk to me anymore. So I don't really talk to any of the classmates. I guess they're yeah. I mean, I think maybe just maybe my behavior. Maybe I don't get invited to things. I don't know, but I don't really keep up with the Citadel graduates. Everybody is either far down the road in their military career, and so I'm not really.
Okay. And then, like, the issue of alcohol and drugs, are you using alcohol now?
No.
So did you ever have an issue with alcohol?
Yes, I did when I was living in Los Angeles, when I was getting treated at the West LA VA, and then also in Colorado, I did an outpatient, uh, I guess, Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous group for a month, and that was really helpful. So that was the longest treatment I ever did for substance abuse disorder.
Okay, and so when's the last time you had any alcohol?
Last Friday with dinner.
So it's like a social thing. You like wine, right? Like red wine and stuff like that.
Yes, I try to always, if I'm gonna have, I try to drink wine with a meal, and not do any kind of binge drinking.
Okay, so and then how about cannabis? I think you were using that. Is that still part of your life?
No, Judge.
Okay.
I'm on an SSRI now called Perprazole. Or
Okay.
Perprazole.
All right. So, yeah, Mr. Kitover, thank you so much. Miss Miller, what would be the theory of your case for disability for our claimant, Mr. Kitover?
Well, I think that the best theory here would be Either that he meets the listing for 12.04 bipolar disorder. He has racing thoughts, rapid speech, irritability, impulsivity, difficulty with concentration, marked in concentration, persistence, and pace, and adapting and managing himself. Or alternatively, that the claimant would be off task. Due to he complains of having mood swings and panic attacks, has poor sleep, has sleep issues, poor hygiene, again, difficulty concentrating. So that would be our alternative theory, that he would be off task more than that, which would be allowed in unskilled competitive employment.
Okay, so I listened to Mr. Kitover's testimony, checked out his records, and I think that first of all, I think we're looking maybe arguably at a marked limitation in interacting with others. That's what I'm getting from this, and that is problematic for our claimant, that he's got a low threshold for being upset and put off focusing on any job duties he has based on how other people would interact with him.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I think he's very sensitive in that arena, as far as his being able to, especially in a competitive job situation, that'd be difficult for him.
Yeah.
So,
well, and it was. He talked about.
Yeah, go ahead.
He talked about this lawsuit that he had filed, or the discrimination claim with the EEOC regarding those issues. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, got that. And so I think Kaka, he's a highly intelligent individual, obviously. So
yeah.
I think that this is the B criteria of the listing of impairments, and you're not supposed to double weigh them. But I think the issue of interacting with others would spill over as a concentration or persistence or maintaining pace. The prior administrative medical findings that the consulting mental health professionals for the Illinois Disability Determination Service put Mr. Kitover at the moderate level of limitation and concentrate, persist, or maintain pace. But I think that some of his thoughts and sensitivities, perhaps, to what might go on in life, and specifically in a competitive workplace, may put him into the marked category where he would have, a very profound limitation in that, not being able to go ahead with his job duties, even if we situated him, given his regulatory young age, being 43 years old, even putting him in an unskilled job. I think that he would be highly sensitive to his environment, any work expectations, accomplishments, productions, and also interacting with other people like supervisors and coworkers might be problematic for our claimant. And so I think that we
I thought okay, that's good. I thought actually he would also spill into adapting and managing himself, just because of his inability to, be able to withstand that kind of pressures. So, but it's just, they're very similar, to be honest, kind of the marked limitations, I think, in those three.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think they do all spill over into each other.
Yeah, they gave him a mild limitation to have their manager myself, but I think because he's getting by, probably for a gentleman like Mr. Kitover, his life maybe isn't ideal, but it'd be hard to say that is at the mark level. He doesn't, really have a history of, being homeless or not being able to deal with the ordinary demands of life. And he doesn't have a criminal record. Like he's having interaction with law enforcement because he's not able to control his emotions in dealing with everyday people like clerks in stores and whatever. It's some of the things you would be seeing in a person in a marked limitation and adapting or managing oneself. But those two marked limitations are good enough to say we can do a favorable decision for Mr. Kitover based on medical considerations alone without getting into vocational issues. Okay.
Okay, great. That's great.
All right. So let me, Ms. Miller, let me check out your fee agreement, make sure we're okay there, and that you are in a position to be compensated.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's see here. Fee agreement. C2B. Okay.
What's the next question? What's your fee agreement say?
All right. So we have Mr. Kitover's signature on it, and then there you are as well, Ms. Miller. So I will approve your fee agreement. Let me just make that notation in the electronic records. C2B. Okay. All right. I think we've accomplished everything we are supposed to for Mr. Kitover. So, questions from anybody? All right. Okay. All right.
We
Well,
appreciate your help. Thank you.
Well, thank you,
of
Judge.
course. You're most welcome, Mr. Kitover. The very best of luck to you. Okay. Enjoy your life. Okay. So, all right. So, thank you all for participating, and I will now say goodbye. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
This meeting is no longer being.
Okay, Joanna, that's it. Law, justice, lawyers, judges, courts, and attorneys. You still here? Wow. Remarkable. Rabboni Shalom. All right, I hope you enjoyed the show. Good luck. God bless you too. Thanks, Joanna. Let's create a room and get this book started. Now I think we're gonna have a little money coming in, to maybe fund the book club, as I said, with the veterans, with the bipolar and the depressed and the lonely. We can do a lot of good with this money, Joanna. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Hey, this is John. Hey, Beth. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, I got a pen if you want it. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 Okay, great. Well, I appreciate your help, Beth. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy with it. You did a real job, obviously. So, good luck.
Okay, thanks. You too. Thanks, Beth. Appreciate it. Thanks. God bless. Thanks. Take care, babe. Wow. Ramona Shell along. Ramona Shell along.
Bro, we're doing the Mark's Coffee Shop thing. The Crowley is here. Buckle up.
Well, I'll behave because I'm in a good mood today because I just won a lawsuit. And when the judge, gives you, when the judge, makes a ruling in your favor, Rabboni Shalom, I like to think it doesn't just come from the judge, but it comes from the God. Rabboni Shalom. Or you could say the nothing.
So do we have to stop saying bad things about you because you won your case?
No, I'm open to criticism because I'm an artist. Without a critic, no one can truly be an artiste. Joanna just witnessed the trial. If Joanna wants to come up and say anything, she actually heard the trial. The trial is in my profile if you want the inside scoop. It's in Law, Justice, Lawyers, Judges Court, so I'm interested to hear what you think.
I think the two of you should open a room on replays and do that.
Sassy and salty.
What was your lawsuit about?
You can check out.
Let me just do the Monica impersonation and say you can check out the replay. It's in my profile. I prefer not to say it. I want to ruin the surprise. Ooh!
No, I'm not gonna look.
Well, Joanna here. She wants to say anything. Please bring Joanna up. I'm not trying to center myself, but
But you are.
it's nothing. It's nothing. It's really nothing.
I'm not trying to make everything about me, but it's about me.
I'm serious.
It's also about me, so you might as well. If it's nothing, we're just gonna do
Benjamin,
If there's nothing you want to share, then that's
see,
fine.
Benjamin, this is where I think you fail in your experimentation with Clubhouse. That you think
I
Elstrad.
fail lots of places. If you think this is the only place, you've just missed the view.
Well, no one knows how.
Benjamin fails all the time, man.
I know, and nobody really knows. Nobody knows how much of a. Nobody knows how much of a failure you are off the app. And I think that if we could actually get more insight into who you are, your LinkedIn, your resume, your Facebook, your Instagram, however we can learn more about you, then I think we can actually have more of an interesting conversation with you. Otherwise, it's really kind of nothing at all. What do you think, Joanna? You witnessed the trial.
love that.
Yeah, so would I.
For instance,
We all want more.
most of us know a lot about him, and it feels good. It feels like Pro's my brother.
That's like classic celebrity syndrome, though. You know a few details about a celebrity, you think you know them. So
Well, I know
that can be dangerous. Well, he is a celebrity. No. He is a celebrity. He is a celebrity.
Yeah, well, not to me. To me, he's my friend, and secondarily a celebrity.
Well, unfortunately, it's the other way around.
That's in your mind.
No, that's literally how you met him. It's the order in which you met him.
I've never interacted with you, Io. I just listen when you speak.
No, we've actually had lots of conversations over the years.
Yeah, I just forgot because I'm insane.
No, didn't say that. You're just not precise. Just not precise.
Anyway, I'll let you all go back to your room, your pro room. Good job, John. So super proud as a mother. Thank you, everyone. I'm a proud mother. Right on Mother's Day, right after Mother's Day, I got to see my child fight for his life, and he did it. He won.
You know, Benjamin, you were kind of leading like a. Benjamin, you were leading
Did you
like.
all see that Steve is? Did you all see that Steve is here?
Yeah, I see Steve.
Hey,
I see
Steve,
Steve.
how cute is that kid? Steve, tell us how cute
how cute the kid is. Does it look like you?
My Super Bowl granddaughter?
Yes.
She does.
Oh, I bet it's the cutest little face. And Hebrew in Yiddish, they say, what a punum, punum.
Shayna Punham. Shayna.
Shayna punum. Very
Steve,
good.
I got a question for you, because you and Benjamin have really interesting conversations, and I've kind of termed a new term. I call it the elite, intellectual, liberal, gay Democrat. And the intellectual part is the big part in the elite and the Democrat and the liberal. I'm just saying, do you view yourself personally as like an elite, liberal, intellectual, meaning specifically that you've got a list of the top 10 grievances, like indigenous rights or migrant communities, and the list just goes down there, Jim Crow, etc. Like, do you consider yourself a subject matter expert, elite, intellectual Democrat?
No, I do not consider myself an expert when it comes to politics. I do consider myself liberal when it comes to social issues, and I consider myself conservative when it comes to fiscal issues.
And that's not counting the linguists.
And also I'm an independent. I'm not currently registered with any political party.
Well,
You have rendered the role speechless.
Well, I wrote a little poem using progressivism as the base for the AI to write the progressivism poem. Are you interested in hearing it?
Did you ever see
Did
the
you write it or
photos?
did they write? Did it?
Would that answer your question?
Did AI
I wrote
write
the
it?
prompt and AI wrote the poem.
That's what your prompt was.
Write me a progressive poem using the top 10 liberal progressivism talking points.
There you go, David.
So now I have an AI. I could type that in if I wanted to know that.
So you don't want to hear it. The thing is,
I do.
it's the way I read it.
The reading is the key, David.
What? Okay, let's let Joanna get wet. Go for it.
Okay. Before I read it, Joanna, what did you think about the trial?
I can't wait to talk about it to you later. You handled yourself wonderfully. I'm very proud
Thank you.
and forthcoming, and I'll tell you snippets later.
Did I miss a trial?
Yes, he just had a trial with a judge and the whole nine kit and caboodle.
If you want to watch the replays, it's on my profile.
Who won the attorney's fees? What's the adjudication?
You could watch
I
it.
didn't know that you traveled for work on an airplane. That's impressive.
Yeah, how else are you going to get places? I mean,
All right.
okay, this is the poem written by mayoral candidate John Kitover. Go to mayorkitover.com. In marble halls of power, I ascend, elite, gay, black, trans, intellectual, unbent. Jim Crow's chains echo in structural white rage. CRT lights the path, turning history's page. Anti-racism warriors, DEI flames ignite. Indigenous lands reclaimed under justice's light. LGBTQ voices thunder, rainbow flags unfurled. Healthcare, a human right for every boy and girl. We Democrats dream the future, bold and true. Progress flows eternal, me and you. In shadowed halls of ivy, where the sharpest minds convene, I rise, an elite, black, intellectual, gay, trans Democrat. I am proudly seen, a liberal Democrat, forging past through history's cruel chain, from Jim Crow's iron grip to structural white racism's reign, with CRT as compass and anti-racism as flame. I champion DEI, indigenous rights, and queer acclaim. LGBTQ liberation flows through every breath I claim. Healthcare is a human right, not profit's greedy game. We build the just society where equity prevails. No more divisions, chains together. Progress, sales.
Is that it?
I think if you had Islam in there, Benjamin would be your running mate when you run for president.
It ended on the word sales?
Are you left speechless? Oh, am I listening to this? I think that Alistair has his finger on the pulse of why Democrats lose. But to be fair, I think it's pretty obvious.
Well, Benjamin, I really liked what you were talking about pearl agitation. Like, I think I just agitate just enough to create the pearl. That, I love that analogy, but I also heard the Maharishi talking about filament in a light bulb and how, there's all these variables that happen in the light and the dark. And so I think a light bulb and a filament is also probably a good metaphor, not just pearls and, irritation. But what's so funny is when I read that poem, if it was a gay black man and he was trans reading that poem, it would actually be very rousing to the people listening to it. So I think one of the biggest problems that we experience in society today is filibuster hypnosis or filibuster spotlight. And that's the problem when the media and people like AOC create these videos. They create extremely intoxicating, hypnotic videos, and it's all about social justice and equity. Nothing about prioritization, nothing about taxes, nothing about the military industrial or the medical industrial complex and the rampant spending and fraud. So I think if there was a national spotlight that the herd had to be hypnotized with and prioritized, we would all essentially be able to vote on the list of priorities. I mean, why can't we have that type of an actual intelligent functioning government? That's what it's supposed to be, which is efficiency, prioritization, common sense, rationalization. I mean, you could read an Ayn Rand handbook and just come up with all the right words on why the system is essentially immoral, corrupt, and devoid of any type of real intelligence. And that's why we have Donald Trump. I hate to break it to you, but Clown Boy Obama, guy wasn't much of a leader. I think he's just like a manufactured human being. I think he's that CIA program to essentially install a president. And if you think the CIA is nothing and it's at a $60 billion a year annual fucking budget, who are these people? What do? They try to mind control the populace, the herd. That's why James Comey has been arrested, because he's part of that project. And that's the real deep state, which is essentially covering up really to try to control and contain the power, which has gotten out. And that's why Donald Trump, people are running into his fucking Meet the Press event with a shotgun at high speeds. Like, the population has been, hypnotized and brainwashed to think that they're the resistance, when Trump is actually the resistance that they're resisting against. So make it make sense. Hello?
Speaking of the Democrats and AOC, I'd like to take a minute or two, do a short read and a little commentary on AOC recently in the news. She tripled down on her critique of billionaires this past Friday, claiming that the American Revolution was fought against the billionaires of their time. That is a complete lie. The American Revolution was not fought against the billionaires. It was the billionaires who left Europe because they were tired of being unreasonably taxed. Ever hear of taxation without representation? Continuing on, AOC, quote, I want to talk about how this is in the heritage of our country because America was founded. You look at Thomas Jefferson writing to Madison in Revolt of British Aristocracy. AOC said at the University of Chicago Institute of Politics, the American Revolution was against the billionaires of our time, and we are declaring independence from such an extreme marriage of wealth, power, and the state that the voices of everyday people did not exist. She was responding to criticism she received for her initial comments arguing billionaires didn't earn. Oop! I got covered on the quote. Oh, you can't earn $1 billion, AOC said Thursday. You can get market power. You can break rules. You can do all sorts of things. You can abuse labor laws. You can pay people less than what they're worth, but you can't earn that, right? And so you have to create a myth. You have to create a myth of earning it. Is she saying that Taylor Swift didn't earn her $1 billion? Is she saying that Beyonce didn't earn her $1 billion? Is she saying that Bruce Springsteen didn't earn his $1 billion? I bring that up because those are three music entertainers that are all clearly liberal and democratic. Regarding the backlash, AOC accused critics of pushing a red herring by assuming she believes all billionaires are immoral rather than focusing on the immorality of income inequality. They like to talk about American ethos as though it's an attack on American values, an attack on our idea of success. And first of all, I mean, call me crazy, but I don't think that every single American aspires to be a billionaire. I think that our idea of success, they might not object, but I don't think it's the universal American ideal, AOC said. There you go. And just what does that mean? Does that mean that someone who's rich and successful should stop at 750 million and just keep the money and stop working? Don't go over that $1 billion threshold?
See, the thing about billionaires is they can't actually spend the money, and they won't even spend it because it's not efficient. So you buy more equity, more bonds, and you just keep growing that nest egg. Like Warren Buffett's sitting at 400 billion in cash or 900 billion in cash, some fucking crazy number. But with regards to AOC, the reason why she's so dangerous is because she's like the alpha predator, the Primex or whatever it is. Like, she is very dangerous because I think that she's CIA controlled opposition. There's a strange video of her where she went to Africa and she drove around to like clinics and she's in a taxi with some African chick talking about birth control, like very manufactured video. Like, she's involved in some type of intelligence propaganda. And the point about her is I find it annoying that politicians can say whatever the F they want on all their platforms all the time. Meanwhile, we have a lot of people that work in government that are in the military. Let's say they're colonels or generals, or they work at NSA. Like, these people aren't public-facing, employees. They have restrictions on what they can and can't say. Tulsi Gabbard creates a lot of content, a lot of videos. And my point is that AOC is the opposite of the old white billionaire. And therefore, she is the yin to the yang of the supposed oligarch money that controls the system. But her turnover is not going to be the turnover that, let's say, her communist hordes think it's going to be. It will be the exact opposite of that, because they don't know who she really is, who she's with, what she thinks, how much money she thinks she can get, or how much fun she can have. She's like, she's dangerous because she is like the AI robot that makes clones. And that's the danger to the system, is that her incompetence, low IQ, and manipulation, because she is basically subverted, co-opted. She's gonna do what her network tells her to do. She's not a real leader. And all of her videos are nothing but filibuster hypnosis, cutesy little videos like, oh my God, I just got back from work and we did this and that. And like, you should watch her live streams. Like, they're extremely beautiful and hot. But like, you're like, this is our leader. And it's not just her, it's a lot of Democrat politicians. They use children as the backdrop in all their photographs, like the bald Congresswoman who creates videos with AOC where they go to libraries with young children and read books. We've got a political industrial complex, a national deficit crisis, which is completely at odds with each other because one covers up the other. And everyone, as a result, is dumber, not just for listening to what I'm saying, but what these politicians are putting out. Hello?
I almost forgot. Oprah Winfrey is worth over $2.5 billion as well. Warren Buffett, if I'm not mistaken, you can fact check me. He donated over $100 billion to charity. $100 billion donated to charity. Fact check me on that, though. I might be wrong on the number. You know, when they talk about tax the rich, etc., what's the number? The top 1% of wage earners pay 40% of our federal taxes. The top 5% pay 60% of taxes. That kind of qualifies as taxing the rich.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because I think people oftentimes confuse that and they think about like, hey, you're not paying your fair share. Well, how much is fair? If even the marginal tax rate can be sometimes very onerous, but it's more onerous if you're lower income. And as you get higher income, we see this with education. So low-income families spend about 5% of their household income on children, on their children's education, whereas wealthy households, which are, I think on average 10 times wealthier, spend 20%. So 20%, so 4 times 10, so it's 40 times more per dollar spending on their children. So this kind of difference is just going to become exaggerated with time, which is rather unfortunate.
Well, I think if you're like a billionaire, there's still an index and a bell-shaped curve to the personalities, the awareness, the enlightenment, the Unitarian type of principles or social principles of billionaires. I would say it's the same distribution curve of like your average clubhouse personality. And so that's why we have so few billionaires who are actually interested in maybe creating a more equitable and economic environment for we the people. And But that's, neither here nor there, because the big beautiful bill is the biggest tax giveaway to corporations ever, not through non-taxation, but through tax credits. And so it is the opposite of deficit making, even more so. And so that's why we have to defund the big beautiful bill, because to transfer all that liability to the income earner taxpayers, it's ridiculous. The corporations are getting tax credits, which lower their tax liability. It's the same fucking thing as just wire transferring them to 25 billion, 50 billion. And so as taxpayers, the woke, liberal, intellectual leftist has to understand that accounting and CPAs and audits and forensic accounting, all of that goes into OPM. And if they're not aware of how the whole system actually accounts for itself, on a ledger-based system, double entry accounting, et cetera, across all these different organizations like OPM and Federal Reserve and BlackRock, because it takes the whole system to generate the deficit. And I'm just saying that many liberal woke leftists have absolutely no idea what they're actually protesting against, because they don't work in finance, or they don't work in economics or government, and they don't understand how to accurately describe what they're complaining about. Hello? Ask AOC how inflation happens, and you'll just be amazed at what she says, because what she says isn't accurate. I hope I articulated. I hope I didn't ejaculate too much. And when you articulate and ejaculate, that's when you know you got a synthesis. And through the synthesis, sometimes we get the solution, which is frivolity, maybe a little fun. But either way, if you need to call the plumber, I'm not going to come. Call the plumber's son. He going to come. This could be nothing at all. Clown House could just be a short-term experience, because 2 days ago when the app went down for 2 hours, people were in a panic. The app is shutting down. And then who will have the largest Clubhouse history record of them all? John Kitover will. John Kitover has re-platformed Clubhouse for 5 years in a desperate attempt to be the sole archivist and historian of this experience, which will have to shut down because it's not profitable. And Sora is the first to shut down. Clubhouse, in my estimation, will shut down next, because we know when there's an AWS West outage, Clown House stops, doesn't work anymore. And so their arbitrage between AWS and the data buyers, with the Trump administration, Clubhouse will shut down, because the government's not going to continue buying redundant conversations from left, woke, elite liberals. This is a swamp for liberal elite intellectuals to congregate and basically, what's it called at the park when they got a sign up that says no loitering? That's what Clown House is. It's a swamp for Democrat loiterers. Does that make sense? Because I think I'm complete. Maybe I've said nothing at all. Hello? Victory! Victory! Just takes two witnesses to liberate the city. Well, since this is a room about nothing at all, maybe I could play a song for you that I created on AI. I think Benjamin might be sleeping or cutting a big piece of dried salami to make a sandwich. I don't know.
insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. My red triangle reveres the sign given undone sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing light that I wear. By my robe is your spirit, Doctor. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign and vogue. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so will I utter thee in the heart of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power, the voice of the Master. The flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword
Pictures for Papa.
I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the saints. Eleven of the voices in heaven above. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord.
Throw 'em on the floor.
When I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing
Motherfucking
of
cinnamon
day
boy.
that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know across the waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke.
There we go.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Silent conquering Lord. Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord.
fingers travel on the beats of earth. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine heart the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Shine and conquering Lord. Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and sin. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.P., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the goblet of white stone with gold, the flushing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor at the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that got the power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke. My Lord, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made up all to invoke thee. Strike the master board,
Enjoy
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time. Giving up none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the limit, I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the earth, or dry land, or of the air, or falling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! Six, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my breathing. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. Six, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, hearing the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my being. Abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I'm lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my
Yes, the federal government increasing their monthly payroll coverage by $1,500.
and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it flow. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling.
Yes, the federal government is increasing their monthly payroll.
You can't stop believing. We start
George and Friday for thank you. The judge emphatically told me to enjoy your life, Mr. Kitover. Thank you. So moved on to the lawyer's theater.
If I break, pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10, not 9, 10, not 11. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of
The definitely lawyer and judge Sean Schroeder is restricted from taking SSDL and the anticipated local thing. No turning back now, I would tell that federal SS judge to enjoy your life, Mr. Kitover. For him, he went from
You
ice
came
to
like
ice
dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your
George went from
quiet
San
light.
Francisco
In
to
the
the
middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God.
But the federal government is increasing the monthly
Wisdom
payroll.
of
The
God.
federal
Now
government
it's
is
love.
$1,500.
Wisdom of God. My heart is open. Wisdom of God.
The judge emphatically told me to enjoy your life, Mr. Kitover. Thank you. So moved on to the lawyer's theater.
Let it go.
Is that type of way of working straight is the SSDI?
Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs on your name to tell us it's one deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't
Is that type of way of working straight is the
second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, lots of love. Let it go, don't go. You are the answer. I need to know if I tremble. Stay near if I break. Pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tonight, tonight, I breathe in your holy come. And the storm in my head lays down like a pile. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You're my answer. I need to know. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking in your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay.
Joanna.
Wisdom of God is now joy, love.
Joanna, thanks for being a witness at my trial today.
I'm here for you, and I have bipolar, and I'm on the same medicine as you.
Oh my God. Well, what'd you think about the trial? I thought it was pretty interesting.
I felt happy because the judge had understood or tried to understand your condition. If that is your condition, I don't know if you just faked it because it's not my business.
No. What are you talking about? I mean,
But I feel more connected to you now because we both have the same condition.
yeah, I would call it. I think I could self-diagnose myself. It doesn't mean any of the terminology that the medical industry uses, but it's not that I'm a highly annoying person. It's that, like, it's better that you just put me in the goo, you know? And I think that's kind of what the trial is like saying, because the way they analyze it, because it's based on the code of like, did you hear them? Like, he was trying to say something and she kept talking, and then he kept talking, she kept talking, and so like he was trying to basically like process it, and she was like trying to do the same thing, and they were over talking each other, and then. But there's like a legal code that has to be met, and I think it's like accurate based on my life's journey, you know?
Well, saying bowel movement was great. That was a highlight. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I mean, because honestly, these SSRIs, they make me constipated. And that's the challenge, is like, if you can't make a bowel movement in the morning, like,
Try to
something's
take a
wrong.
laxative or take a stool softener every day. But yeah, she represented you, right?
Yeah.
But I think what he liked is he said, well, he seems highly intelligent. So he didn't look at you like a loser.
Right.
And that's, I think, why he made his good decision.
Yeah, because this is the second time I've been to SSA court, you know, with this type of trial. And I agree with you, like, because it's not based on like your intelligence. A lot of it is like based on, I don't know, there's a lot of, it's so interpretive, you know, that's the thing about law. Like, but I'm just so happy with the outcome. I texted my dad, my sister, my friends, and a coworker at the IRS who's also in legal problems with the management there. And he asked me a lot about, you know, my job at the IRS and kind of what happened, you know, and why I stopped working. So I feel like that was important.
Yeah.
And then I had a call with the attorney afterwards. She gave me the number for like their payments department, because the settlement goes to the law firm.
So we're on replays, but so you're getting SSI and SSD now, basically?
No, just SSDI.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is good. This is good for you.
Yeah. It'll help me. It'll help me pay my gas bill, because honestly, I couldn't even pay my gas bill this past winter, and then like they're gonna shut my gas off. So now I'm hoping I can pay my debts the minute, and that's just one of them. The city says I owe them over 10,000. So it's like, you know, I don't want to like not pay my debts, you know, because then there's consequences. So this will help me pay the debts.
I guess I'm surprised that you had it on for everyone to hear that you have a condition. I guess I was surprised that you didn't keep it secretive. Like I do.
Well, I'm not like, because it's part of the legal record now, you know? So there's like evidence that the trial happened. And I think that's what's important, because other people should also learn from this. And, you know, part of my nonprofit organization is dedicated to the book club. And, you know, there's a lot of books that deal with debt and law and lawyers and attorneys. And it's very complicated. You have to basically be an extremely intelligent person to navigate the legal system. The filing stuff, the paperwork, it's just incredible. You have no idea how much work I put into just getting to where this trial, what happened, because I had to submit so much medical documentation. It's incredible. But anyways.
I don't remember what I had to give because it was a while ago.
Well, the VA keeps calling me and sending me letters, and I'm like, can you guys just give me a second? Like, I already have scheduled, you know, I see they got like young nurses that want to keep calling you. And so they called before the trial, and I'm like, yeah, I can't take your call right now. Like, you're causing me more anxiety. Like, I'm trying to keep the anxiety.
Are you in the military?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so impressed.
It's not a big deal. There's so many people that go in and go out, and they say, oh, I was in the military, you know?
rocking. I think it's hot.
Oh.
Yeah, if you could put on the outfit, the green camouflage, I'll fly to Chicago. Would be my fantasy.
I say we reopen Studio 54.
Oh my God, that was so fun. Thank you for being my friend. Yeah, what you're on is pretty good. I'm surprised you're only on one thing because they pushed me to go on like 4 or 5 meds at once.
Uh-huh.
And
Well, they say, I looked it up, Abilify is like the starter. That's like the low dose they put you on for a couple weeks.
yeah. Well, there's no proof. The only medicine that there's proof if you take it is lithium.
Yeah, they blood test you. But they blood test me on this too. I mean, they want to know, they want to have all the diagnostics. And so I have that appointment coming up to meet.
Well, if you really don't feel good, maybe it'll make you feel good. Maybe it'll make you feel better. I don't, but I have to run into CVS to get something else. My friend was in Dominican Republic. He got deported. So I have to send him all this stuff now that he can't get there. All right, I'll be listening.
You irritated?
All right, I'll be back.
You get to the Benjamin sweet spot, and then you realize, oh, there's more irritating that I have to get through too. But if you can wade through it for a little while, there might be that little, drop of pineapple juice. It's a weird analogy.
I asked Claude, what would Rick James' "Give It to Me, Baby" sound like if Shakespeare had written it? And I posted some of it.
Well, let me look. Sweet lady, Mark, yon braggarts at the bar doth posture much, yet move they not a step. Their tongues are swift, their boot heels slow as stone. But I, that am thy truest cavalier, will neither parley nor in shadow stand. Oh, parley nor in shadow stand. I'll dance with thee till cock doth crow the dawn. Fools. Like that. I'm glad AI wasn't alive when I was doing the Shakespearean Smackdown. I used to do the Shakespeare Smackdown poetry contest. We did the same thing. We would use the voice of, Cleopatra to, we battle whoever, it might be Mark Antony, and you go out and vice versa, whoever you're assigned, and you have to do the back research of what they might say, and then put it into that kind of tongue, which is kind of another variation. That's a lot of fun. But that was a little too much. That went all the way straight to Shakespeare. Really always do Shakespeare movie.
Irish disability benefits only back, so it would take them a year to get
When so much do the doth and all that stuff, but we do. I do say, like breaking on commercial style.
I read somewhere that the way that Shakespeare writes was like literally theater speak.
Yeah.
And that most common folk just talked kind of like we do.
Right. Yeah. I was never a huge Shakespeare fan, but I appreciated reading that kind of stuff more than I did like just history. I liked the fact we'd read that and then learn about the history, then make the history come alive a little bit. Just the history by itself, I was like, why do we need to know all of these random facts? Like, why is this an important era in time? I was always trying to do that. But then, you sit there and you pick some stuff up. But now, you think about with like ChatGPT, imagine your whole jam in life being random memorized things. Like, yeah, I'm a history major. Well, so is my ChatGPT.
I mean, granted, we're going to say that about everything, but
History major is just a fancy word for trivia major.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine a thing that does instant trivia all day, every day. And I mean, granted, that's the problem with everything, but still, it's just like instantly replaceable if you're just doing trivia.
Which is crazy that we still talk to like anti-vaxxers and flat earthers and like hyper-religious people, right? Because they have the tools at their disposal. Right? Like there's like there's a Grok version that's free. There's a ChatGPT version that's free. Like all these AI models have like a free version that a person can use when like they choose to stay flat earther or anti-vaxxer or snake holding Christian.
Snake holding Christian was a little redundant.
They're my favorite because they like fully commit to the bit.
What do you think BLR Prod 2 and 3, chances are that that's a real person? Has a hand raised and everything. What do you think? Let's check this out. Everybody ready?
Yeah, 25 to 30.
The prophetess lady down there, her bio said, happily taken by God. I think she heard it was time to get out. Let's see. Monia could be real.
I saw this.
40 followers is such a 50-50 proposition, isn't it? What do you got?
Oh, I saw this great video of this 20-something girl who she's talking to her camera and she's like, well, my husband, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior.
Wow.
Like I pray to him all that. And she has like a jar of like strawberry jelly or pickles in front of her or something. And she puts her hands on it, like she tries to open it, like a whole bunch, right? She can't open it. Then she puts her hands on it and she's like, dear Jesus, my husband, or some shit like that. Please, oh Lord, and does a whole fucking prayer. And then she picks it up and opens it. She's like, oh, she has this amazed look on her face and see, it fucking worked. The prayer worked. It's like, girl, you just loosened it.
Rock solid right there.
My husband, Jesus.
What's the That's right. What's the current? I'm sure one of you guys has done this. We'll save ourselves a bottle of water. What's the GPT answer for how old was Mary when God impregnated her? Is it 12?
I remember it said either 12 or 14, somewhere in that, but I can ask.
So it's grossly
I'm worried about asking girl in basement to vacate property.
highly inappropriate, highly appropriate for the day. That's the thing they always want to argue. Yeah, but she was right.
She's been
I would
good
actually
tenant.
say that's one of the best arguments for the Bible being
She's been
true.
good tenant.
Is that they leave in all the grotesque, ridiculous stuff. And it's like, obviously, if somebody was editing this, they would try to get that out. But no. But then again, that's a great argument for why it's fake. If you really think about it, it can make the argument better that it's fake because they left that stuff in. Do you know why?
I would like to ask her to leave. She gets a good deal.
Smell what I'm cooking?
Okay, so here's the question. How old was Mary when Yahweh impregnated her? Response.
I say, well, it might be loaded.
The Bible doesn't give Mary's age. Tradition and historical inference based on Jewish based on Jewish customs of the period generally place her somewhere between 12 and 16 at the time of conception narrative, but this is reconstruction, not scripture.
So
So the standard illegal age that we have now, which the highly legal age back then.
Yeah, beautiful offer.
You gotta ask for a devil's advocate version of the answer. Because it'll say, oh no, it's not appropriate, this and that. And then you say, hey, it's more similar to Islam because of its time period. Reformulate and give me the devil's advocate edgy answer. And then you're like, whoa. Yeah, that's a good Turing test for people. See, like, if not Turing test, but almost like to see if you are a non-stupid human. Like, if you can't jailbreak anything you've ever wanted on ChatGPT, you have a lot to learn. If you are not a real human. It's funny, I was watching, there's a comedian called Ben Bankus, and he often uses the word retard and other things like that, so it's kind of controversial. And so I said, hey, tell me about Ben Bankus. And then it gives me a photo where he looks a little retarded. And then I asked ChatGPT, I was like, hey, what's up with the retarded photo? It said, hey, that's not appropriate. And I was like, well, I don't want to show a photo of him like mid-eating weird facial expressions. So you're like gaslighting me. I was like, no, I'm sorry, I can't gaslight you because I don't provide photos. I was like, you literally just gave me a photo. I was just going to say that. They're going to tell you that they didn't provide. That's right. It's separate. It's the left brain, right brain. Yeah. And so I took a screenshot and I was like, here you go. So you're gaslighting me. And I was like, no, I'm sorry, that's not possible. I know it looks similar, but you're mistaken. And I was like, this is hilarious. Ben Bankus would find this hilarious that you're now gaslighting me about him being retarded. So thank you for the comedy. And it was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but you should refrain from using that word. Yeah. Back when ChatGPT wasn't like fully Sora, and they were going through the Sora stage, whatever, like it had no access to the fact that it was doing it. It'd be like it would be like it would go take a drink of water. That's what it was like. Hey, I need this image. And it would like all of a sudden you'd realize it's not talking to you the way that it did. It'd be like
It is right.
Here you go. And like, yeah, all the words are wrong on the screen. Here you go. And then you talk to it the normal way you talk to it and say, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. That's not me. That's our evil twin connection that we have. So in a chat I posted a video that talks about child marriages now around the world. And you want to know who's number one? Well, watch that. I'll go with Pakistan. No, I'll change it. It would be number one.
Sounds very manic to me.
Click the video.
He was telling me all about his lawsuits against his former employer. Sounded very manic to me.
This is the answer that it gave me. To listen, it's not clear what the age was, but you should be aware that puberty was synonymous with social adulthood. I'm like, I've never even heard that term. Social adulthood? That's a fancy word for pedophilia.
What is social adulthood?
I don't know. Never heard that term, so I'm like, here, let's find out. But I do have to get back to work, so I can't really take it in too much. But so I'm at the hospital today, so people come in and they're like, hey, what are you doing? I'm like, what? My second guest, which was really my first guest from the United States, I was thinking inbredness, and then I was like, wait a minute, child marriage is going to be the United States. We got a whole bunch of things on the books where not only is it legal, you can be arrested for trying to get out of the marriage. Like where it's illegal, it's literally illegal in the States for a woman to like try to have an abortion from, her the woman, the 10-year-old, 12, from her captor. Yeah, from her captor, exactly. From her rapist.
Photos are amazing.
From her familial rapist, which is also very good.
Fishing photos are amazing.
Yeah, don't they have to like put that in like the person who quote unquote raped them if they're getting an abortion?
I'm not one to If men could get pregnant, you'd be able to have abortions at McDonald's. Oh, they'd be drive-thrus. Absolutely. Ted Cruz would be up there talking about the virtues of abortion. freedom of a man. I think the stuff, the John Kitover stuff, which we should just call the Benjamin stuff, the points that they raise, which I'm gonna use myself. I'm not gonna say any. I'll say any guy who was raised the way that I was raised. The default is to agree with every word that he said. Right? Every word they say is exactly how. Well, let's criticize the boomers. How the boomers raised us. I was raised that way. There wasn't a thing that they said that any good old boomer from whatever would not have raised you like the city that I was from, and many others I would dare to say. And the fact that they have still held on to all these things as a badge, like a merit badge, as if now that you have the ability to think and reason for yourself, and you still think all of these dumb ideas make sense. The reason why I want to have the John Kitovers and stuff on stage, which I'm quite sure that's John Kitover right there with Anonymous, is because it's the same way that I was fascinated that I was susceptible to flat Earth theory. Right? It's like I was raised around stupid ideas, and I eventually went, "That's stupid as hell," and then I was able to snap out of it. Right? But the same way that I'm able to say these stupid old, like ridiculous, like this is what it means to be a man ideas, right? Are sort of the same thing. It's like at what point when you individually analyze these stupid ideas and all the AOC bashing and all this kind of stuff, does it fall apart on its merit? Like AOC is a cum laude graduate of Boston University in political science and economics, and John Kitover is going to say that she's dumb, right? And it's like, well, what do you mean by dumb? Like, what are we talking about? Like, form a cogent sentence without screaming and laughing ridiculously. Not needing to have recordings of rooms like these going that you use for content on your social media. Like, who's really the dumb one? When you're all buying $1,000 worth of phones to try to get your views up. She's out just getting signatures, to get into Congress in the first place. It's like, why are we calling her? Like, analyze who you're calling dumb, and just kind of follow it through and see how well the logic stands for you. I'm not saying that's the dumbest idea there, but that's just one of many.
I think people like that think they can say stuff like that, and it'll just go unchallenged. Just like they sort of normalize saying like Hillary was a liar or corrupt or whatever, and people they just sort of they said it so many times that people are like they just kind of let it go. Like both of them are pretty freaking impressive, right? Like I don't have that many thoughts about AOC really. Like she's not my rep, but she's whenever I hear her speak, I'm kind of like, damn, I don't know, that seems smart to me. Like what?
Stupid is never what comes to my mind.
No, not at all. I mean, she might be a little like on whatever to one extreme of the Democratic Party to the extent that the Democratic Party has extremes, right? But whatever. So what? Like they just say it. So I bristled at that, and I wasn't. I think I was in the audience at the time. But then the other thing he said about her was that she seemed manufactured.
Right.
Now I've never met anybody in my life who feels more manufactured than John Kitover. He's manufactured himself, right? So how could he get away with saying that anyone else seems? I mean, yeah, they said some stuff about Obama, which did track ball. But to a certain crowd, they're just like, yeah. Won't challenge that.
Well, to me, with that, what I heard
to hear him challenge more when he's on the stage.
Yeah, what I heard, and I was actually dying to reply, but I was dealing with my son's stuff. But I was like, oh my gosh! But I didn't want to push back though as much. I just wanted to explore why. I was in the wait, like what are we saying on this one here? Like how are we saying that? Not like because I wanted them to keep going, but I came back and he was gone. I was like, damn, the whole room's gone actually. Which I figured might have happened, but the what I heard with the Obama thing and the AOC, I mean, obviously both you're picking two people of color right off the rip, right? And nothing draws the ire more of that side of the party more than a woman of color, right? So it's always interesting when that just happens to be the person you're fixated on, but you're fixated on it because the media is fixated on it because the media that you watch has that
prejudice and bias. So of course that's going to be the person they pick up on, right? And if that is just too like obvious and basic, I don't know what to tell you if you're calling them manufactured because you can't believe that they can exist on their merits only, right? Which is the same thing as the birtherism thing with Trump. You know, it's like it's so racist on its surface level that it's hard to believe that that's all that it is. It's like, wait, am I missing something? And then you go, oh no, I'm not missing something. It's exactly what we're hearing, right? Because you're pursuing this to the end goal of I need to see your transcripts when the general belief is that you pay for people to take your SATs because you're so stupid that nobody plausibly believed that you actually passed entrance exams and SATs and so forth, and then accepted the right to get into the school anymore, which is no slouch school. But nothing there. Nothing like, man, Trump speaks so poorly. I can't possibly imagine him getting higher than a 400 on the verbal SAT, right? And where's that criticism?
He picked out the squirrel.
Right. Yeah. What was it? What was it on the test to find out if you have Alzheimer's? Is that what
How smart you are? The smart test.
I got tested 3 times just last year. That's a why. Why are you getting tested 3 times?
Yeah.
That's a problem, right? Like, you know, like this happens all the time. If this happened to Biden, they would. So he went in for an MRI. He said, "I went for a routine MRI." There's no such thing as a routine MRI.
Right.
You don't get screened just for the hell of it with MRI. That literally never happens. There's no such thing as. So they're looking for something. They suspect something. That's what MRIs are for.
Not quite, not always. There are situations where, you know, if you have the money and you're going for like a longevity clinic, they do those yearly. And then it's more like.
That doesn't make any sense.
But if you're over 80,
Well, I do it.
if you're
Oh, I
over,
do it. I literally do it. So like,
Well, it
it's.
makes much sense.
but if you're over 80 and your team is asking you to do an MRI,
Yeah, no. I sort of like the idea of having MRI in the body, like just for historical, for archival purposes. But the thing is, it doesn't tell you much because when you do an MRI, it's not just taking a photo. MRIs are modulated to look for very specific things. So when you have an MRI, you can MRI your ankle and looking for one thing, and it'd be like, can you tell me something else? And they'd be like, well, no. If I want to answer that question, I got to do another MRI. Why isn't this the ankle? I just did the ankle. No, but what you're asking for is a different program.
Yeah, I think
They're not like photos.
I think it could be normal, just not routine.
Well, I'm not saying it's like an emergency or anything.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy.
I'm sure he has more access to MRIs than most of us, but you don't go get an MRI unless there's a clinical reason to do it. Because you have to tune the MRI to look for something.
Okay. So I would disagree. It's so like I've had discussions with folks who.
Radiologists.
Yeah, and other folks who work in imaging research, and they were like, it's actually like the gold standard. The only problem is it's not feasible for most people because of the limited access of radiologists and all these things. So to get someone to give you a scan that actually, as you said, that is appropriate for you, you probably want to have whole exome sequencing. You probably also want to have all these other tests so that the radiologists can most hone in on the risk factors. And so in those situations, it is kind of useful. So I have to go. Give me a second.
You always know when someone's whispering they have to do so.
For her breasts, and I think she was like 40-something years old.
breast disease.
Yeah, to check for cancer. She's great.
Yeah, MRI is useful for that. When they do an MRI, they're basically poking you with some magnetic field, and they're tuned to jiggle certain molecules. So if you're looking for a certain kind of fat or a certain kind of this or a certain kind, you can MRI the exact same area, but if you didn't jiggle it the right way, you're not going to get the result you want. So to do a full body scan that would be useful, you have to do a full body scan and also do every single different kind of program that do. And then a lot of these have special like physical attachments because if you're going to do the knee, you got to put on the knee thing. If you're going to do the ankle, you got to put on the ankle thing. So yeah, it's not a routine thing. I dig the idea. I think we should have more like images. if CTs didn't cause cancer, I would say everybody should do a CT all the time, but doctors are careful about that. They only do a CT if it's worth the risk of the radiation exposure. If the benefit outweighs the risk. But MRIs are different that way because they don't cause harm.
Cat's idea. Shut down these rooms, just invite the women in, build it, and they shut down, right, Cat?
Yep.
I'm with you. I like it on principle. It's okay. Oh, man. I don't care to you.
No. Do you?
You know what? I do.
Do you? Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that you care. I don't know what it is I don't care about exactly, but I appreciate that you care. Maybe it's not my concerns you care about, but you just care. You just care.
Yeah, I care.
It feels so non-chat GPT. It's so human.
Heck yeah. Go
Yeah,
here.
this might be one of those markets they're always trying to claim will exist and we just don't know yet. It's going to be like caring booths. I just go in, just talk to someone who pretends they care about you. Maybe they do a little bit, right? You sit there and you're just like, I just need someone to just look at, just to feel this human connection that we so desperately lack. And, I mean, this would never be me, but I'm just saying.
You
Like,
just
people that
pay them to hug you.
Yes, like just a group hug, a group of two that is. Maybe you could do groups. You could pay more to have like 5 people. Yeah, in some cases therapy, but like, the person is like, as soon as they leave, they're not worrying about your problems, right? I'm sure some do.
They just get sanitized for
Like
hugging you.
I have become very, very good at that after years of teaching. That I go home and it's no longer part of my daily routine what students, faculty, and people that I work with are going through. I can't do it. I used to do it. I used to be on the phone, email, and all. Not to say that if a student needs something that you're not gonna, email them and take care of whatever their needs are. You're gonna do that, but
I would say that's a part of responsibility of teaching people, especially people who are younger than you, to cater to their needs and whatever. Otherwise, you want to have world English adults, shitty adults. So I wonder, what's the thing that people most care about? Oh, never mind. I was back.
Yeah, they're
filming a movie here in Toronto, and it's right outside the animal hospital, so that was fun. Walking by an entire movie set.
Are you checking on your chickens?
The chickens were 19 out of 24. 5 have not made it so far. Pretty cool stuff. It's going pretty well. Just some trivia. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger was actually filming in Toronto and Mississauga because it was considered to be the most American scenery and background, and cost was quite effective. So I was hoping to see a celebrity or something, but I'm the only celebrity that I know of on this trip. But yeah, the MRI conversation, it is like the...
What the hell, that's always happening. Oh.
Yeah, so MRI, it is the gold standard. There is some, a priori information you have to have. So I think your main criticism was correct, but it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just that to have somebody sit in MRI for 20 to 40 minutes once a year, that is even still cost prohibitive because people don't have $3 to $5 grand to do a full 3T full body MRI or higher. Some places have it even higher than that. But 3T MRI with AI, the person who used to work at Google Translate was the one who enhanced the MRI algorithms, and so they can do without contrast medium, so you don't have to consume that dye, and they can detect microtumors and clotting and other things like that. So they can do quite a lot just diagnostically. It's just it's expensive.
Well, you find a lot of stuff, but then what are you going to do about it? You're going to find a bunch of cysts. Everybody has these, right? You're going to find a whole bunch of shit. You're going to do a biopsy in your whole body?
No. Yeah. So longevity would not be biopsying anything. They would probably look at something like your whole, your genome, and say, hey, what is this likely to be? And then they would use something like a chemical to see the response of that growth or whatever. And so it's more like chemotherapy and other kind of drugs that are used rather than crazy surgeries and invasive things. The whole point is to be non-invasive so you can be a fancy bitch. That's kind of longevity from my experience. It's hey, you don't want to have scars, you don't want to have these things, but you can take this drug and reduce the size of this tumor and so on and so forth. I took a chemotherapy that reduced my tumor in half, and then I had surgery, and then I went to longevity because I was specifically about metastasis. So metastasis within 30 days of his surgery. And so I was okay, I need to know kind of right away if things are changing. And they were okay, we can take a look at that. And so now it's useful because, as you said, I had the time stamp. So I had a back injury recently, so they were able to say okay, well, we can actually say definitively degenerative disc disease early onset. And so here's the things that you can change in your diet. Here's the things that you can change in your medications that you're taking. And to their credit, it improved the outlook that I had with my back pain. So it may not seem directly correlated, but every piece of information with these kinds of diagnostics can be made to be actionable, and that's really exciting. So that's kind of the promise of longevity. You don't always get that lucky though. So
you just have to watch with mass screenings that they don't get too treatment happy, or it becomes something that's a negative.
I agree with that.
They do the math on this, right? One of the reasons. So a few years ago, they reduced what did they do? They upped the age recommendation by women getting what do you call it?
mammogram.
And my wife was really upset with that. By the way, but they, what they try to do is they ask, like, well, for every, and I know they do this with like prostate exams and stuff for men too. Like, for every time you do a screening, you're going to get a certain number of false positives. False positives are going to get some follow-up treatment, maybe biopsies. Out of those biopsies, there's a certain amount. There's a certain everything has a risk. Every single thing has a risk. So if you start doing certain things too early, now the harm you're causing is greater than the potentially greater than what you're going to catch. Now the downside is you don't test early enough and you miss. So my wife is talking about how many young women come in with like fairly well developed breast cancer, and she's like, "Fuck, like this, we should have been screening earlier." But these are the things they're balancing, and I know there's people putting thought into this kind of stuff. And my only point was
Owens and Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson.
Is a sick dog that's got rabies, or any other animal that has rabies, but they don't act in their natural state. And so I'm not saying these people who are running the Iran regime have rabies, but I am saying that I see that as, at least in my mind, as the analogy. They're not acting with humanity. They can have their cause, they can have their beliefs, but they're not acting with humanity in any respect. And if the world cares, I mean, it's funny. It was only post-discovery of the concentration camps that the world was shocked about what was happening. And it was only post the war in Rwanda that the world became shocked with the bodies flowing down the river in the manner in which they did, There's a lot of talk about genocide. That term is tossed around, I think, loosely today because people argue in emotive terms. I don't know whether the mass killing of your own population in Iran constitutes genocide, technically, but in my mind it kind of does. By the way, we see the same thing in Myanmar/Burma. A lot of killings of people for political dissent. Whenever you have a regime killing people en masse for voicing their opposition, you've got a problem, I think. And what makes Iran worse than Myanmar/Burma is they're exporting it. They're trying to make this a worldwide fight. Their Islamic political view of the world. And so they're very dangerous. And it's not a question of being not homophobic, Islamophobic. I almost said homophobic. Islamophobic. It's not a case of being Islamophobic. It's a case of realizing what this regime is trying to impose on the rest of the world, and their ability to inflict damage on the rest of the world through many different means, not just traditional warfare and not just nuclear warfare potentially, but other ways that they're doing it. I see some people are in disagreement with that position, and if you are, please raise your hand. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Then we'll go to William, followed by Dr. Mead.
Hey Gary, hi everybody. I'm sorry Marshall's not still here. I see about 5 or 6 points that really come to mind in trying to, that I think are useful in analyzing what's going on here. The first is, recognition that this is an asymmetric war that Iran is fighting. The second is that I think we need to think about whether this is the outcome that they're seeking is a political victory or military victory. The third thing is, the problem with our timing. The fact that we didn't really have a plan in advance, and I can get into that. The fourth is that it is really important to analyze if the Navy is fit for purpose for an asymmetric war. The fifth is just to look at how war has changed in the last 4 years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So, starting with the last, Ukraine was a country that had no real navy. Yet they took out the entire Black Sea fleet of Russia. Not the entire, some of it escaped, left Sevastopol and went to the far eastern areas of the Black Sea, and they have navy outside of the Black Sea. But Ukraine took out the Black Sea fleet with tools of asymmetric war. They got a few missiles from Europeans and the United States. They used some man pads and things like that against their air force, and they sunk the Moskva, the flagship warship, with like some kind of harpoon missile or something like that. And the developments in Ukraine in the last 4 years are phenomenal in looking at what are we doing here with fighting an asymmetric war with Iran. Because there is, when you look at our Navy, it's basically a blue water Navy. The aircraft carriers have to stand off like 1,000 kilometers to not get hit. You can't pull the aircraft carriers up into the land. You need to be able to
situations where if you have the money and you're going for like a longevity plan, they do those yearly. And then it's more money. But if you're overall, I literally do it so like this. But if you're overeating and your team is asking you to do an MRI,
transit through the Straits of Malacca to get into the Indian Ocean and then to the Persian Gulf, and that took weeks. So the being fit for purpose is having the right ships at the right time in the right place, and that takes planning. And the third point is that there was no plan. We weren't ready. We didn't have a comprehensive plan. We told the Iranian people to rise up, while our Navy, a big chunk of it, was also sitting in the Caribbean fighting Maduro. And the timing is messed up, because then Trump said to the people of Iran, rise up, rise up. They did so, and they got slaughtered. So you're having serious timing issues. You have serious civilian leadership issues, where you have a mid-level junior officer trying to act as Secretary of Defense, or as he likes to call it, Secretary of War, and that's a recipe for disaster. And then you have the problem is that our Navy is fit for the purposes of deep water Blue Navy standoff warfare, but we did not develop the drone capabilities, the small boat capabilities, the type of capabilities to fight an asymmetric war, where the opponent does not have a blue water Navy. The ships that were sunk in Bandar Abbas were old junkers. What we didn't hit were the fast speedboats, which were in the caves. We didn't take out the Shaheeds, which were hidden away in caves, or the missiles, which are in various silos up in the mountains. So we didn't hit those things, and having a plan to deal with it. It was known well in advance when it was gamed out, as Marshall was talking about, that the Straits of Hormuz would get closed. So we needed to have some sort of response ready to deal with that closure. And right now, it seems like we're just negotiating to get to status quo ante from before the war was started, so that we can, I think the Iranians have no motivation. They have won their political victory, and they were never going to stand off and fight us military to military, because that was never in the cards for them. But they were prepared, and they did prepare for years to deal with a potential attack from the United States or the United States and Israel. And there was some benefit and effect to taking out the war-making capabilities to some extent. Last June, was it last summer? But after that, there was no real plan to have a comprehensive regime change war that would deal with the asymmetric capabilities of the enemy, and I think we have been embarrassed. The United States has been embarrassed and has a political defeat. So when Trump goes to see Xi Jinping at the end of the week, unless the trip gets canceled for some reason, we're in a lot weaker position, and we've been embarrassed, and our enemies are analyzing our weaknesses, which have been shown to all the world in the conduct of this war. And so, China's interested in the importation of oil, fertilizer, maybe the hydrogen gas, because they have their own semiconductor industry to furnish. I don't know if they can produce that in China, but they have to import all of their food, all of their fertilizer to grow food for their people, and all of their petrochemicals have to be imported from somewhere. And so, that's their interest. It's not an ideological alignment with the Ayatollahs. It's a very Chinese centered central kingdom. We need what we need, and the thing that it's a subject for a whole other room. But what is Trump really going to get out of or lose in this upcoming summit with Xi Jinping? And there's a lot of dangers there. So I think we've had a political defeat. Even if we can get the straits back open, we've shown the weaknesses of our Navy to some extent, but more so not just our Navy being fit for purpose, but our leadership being fit for purpose. And the civilian leadership, not the military leadership. The military leadership is great, although it's been purged. So those are my thoughts.
So you put a lot of emphasis on the asymmetric warfare and on the Navy in particular, and maybe in this conflict that makes a lot of sense to put most of our marbles into the naval vessel and just focus on that. But in reality, history has shown, and I am not a military historian, but history has shown that asymmetric warfare has to be met with a different set of rules than the norms. We can go right back to the Revolutionary War, when the Redcoats were marching in single file down the aisle, nice and straight, standing tall, but got picked off by people with muskets hiding in the hills and in the trees. They did not have the means.
Not muskets, rifles specifically. They were Kentucky long rifles, and one reason this is important is because muskets could shoot to 50 yards accurately, A rifle could reach out and touch it about 500 yards.
Okay, that doesn't change my point though, right? It just means I was inaccurate in my description. So thank you for that. So they were using muskets. I was always told muskets. I guess I should not have listened to those people who have said muskets. They were using Kentucky rifles. Regardless, the point is that they were marching, single file and got picked off because they did not have the ability of pivoting to meet the asymmetric nature of the enemy. Same thing happened to the Russians in Afghanistan. The same thing happened to the Americans in Vietnam. We are a nation and the Western world as a whole of rules, and we believe in following the rules, and we believe that if we diverge from the rules, that there are consequences to be paid for that, and so therefore, for fear of court-martial or worse, we follow the rules. But sometimes following the rules works to our disadvantage. I'm not suggesting that the United States should commit war crimes. I am suggesting that the United States has to follow certain rules that sometimes our enemies do not. And so it makes it difficult. It's a handicap. It's like being on the golf course and handicapped. There's a handicap to fighting wars in the traditional way, following the rules, when your enemy does not. And so I think William is right in his assessment that we were ill prepared for certain aspects of this. The fast boats alone are a real problem. How is it that our Navy is unable to open up the Strait of Hormuz? The United States Navy can't keep the Strait of Hormuz open. How is that possible? We have the overwhelming firepower, and yet the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. You cannot count on Iran to follow the rules. Not when it comes to military, and certainly not when it comes to diplomacy. They are, once again, the biggest exporter of terrorism in the world. Why would you trust them to play by any rules or in a fair manner? You can't. And I don't know whether we, within the legal constraints, I don't know anything about the Military Code of Justice, but I don't know whether we, under the legal constraints that we must follow, are adept anyway at dealing with these issues. You are correct about the Navy. I listened to Anson, and I felt this long before Anson was active in this forum. For folks who don't know, Anson is a retired nuclear submarine captain who's a bit of a curmudgeon and really critical of the Pentagon and the Navy for not keeping up, and he's given us facts and figures about the number of gray holes that have been pulled into dry dock for repairs and never returned to service because of a lack of staffing to repair them and the lack of parts to repair them. So there they sit when they should be on the high seas. And so he says it's a critical issue, and I don't doubt it. He's no longer participating in the Critical Thinking Forum because he doesn't like the way it's moderated, and that's his prerogative. But I took counsel in much of what he said, and in that I think that what William is saying pretty much parrots what I think we would hear from Anson today. Thank you.
Can I just say something? It's not the rules, because the Ukraine didn't follow the rules by the kind of paradigm that you presented. The Ukraine fought an asymmetric war and held the Russians off.
I say specifically the United States follows the rules.
No. Ukraine and the United States try to follow the same rules, but when you're presented with an asymmetric situation, then you have to deploy the right kind of equipment to address that situation. So that what we didn't do is we didn't learn from the recent history of warfare and how naval warfare has changed as a result of the development of different types of missiles and drones that can be deployed from land. So that, yes, we have a deep water Navy, we have a blue water Navy that can be fit for standoff warfare in a battle for Taiwan.
Now you're being redundant a little bit.
All right, but it's just that it's not the number of ships; it's having the right equipment to go use it.
I'm certain that the eggheads at the Pentagon have been sounding this morning prior to the advent of Donald Trump in the Oval Office. I'm sure this has been a long-standing issue, and I'm sure money is probably one of the impediments to having.
The drones are cheap. The drones are relatively cheap. The anti-drone drones are $2,500 a pop to take down a $50,000 Shaheed.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm sure that for whatever reason then, the recommendations, I'm sure that you're not the only one.
Because Trump was too proud to ask.
I don't know whether, you like to put everything on the shoulders of Trump, and maybe you're right. But I suspect, and I really wish Anson was here to correct me if I'm wrong, that this is the kind of thing that's been recommended at the Pentagon for many years, even before Donald Trump came on the scene. I'm sure of it, but I could be wrong. But that's just my sense, and it differs from yours. And I imagine it's something that I can look up if I have the time, and so can you. Thank you, William. We'll go to Dr. Me, followed by Brent.
Doctor. Yes, sir. So, good evening after a long time. I know it's getting late for you also, so I will make sure that I don't take more time. Okay. First thing is that if you don't learn from history, history repeats. Exactly this is what is happening. America has waged so many wars, right? Of course, the First World War, Second World War, Vietnam, Japan. Now, in the recent years, it waged wars in Northern Africa, so many places. So, and very recently, at least Americans should have seen what is exactly is happening between Ukraine and Russia. So we have
Dr. Me, we can't hear you, buddy. We can't hear you. You're breaking up way too much. It's impossible to hear you. I didn't remove you because of what you were saying. I removed you because we couldn't hear what you were saying. Brett, followed by Merrill.
So I think it's important to back this up and understand what sort of a colossal policy failure this is. It was the previous administration who decided to leave the JCPOA. And that after we left the JCPOA, the Iranian regime essentially did a road path of enrichment where today, they have enough 60% enriched uranium to make about 11 or 12 bombs. That decision put the Iranian state on the brink of a nuclear weapon. Then we went to conflict with Iran, and it seemed like the basic logic was maybe that they just need a little push and the people would rise up and there'd be a regime change. Well, that didn't happen. You now have a regime that has survived essentially the worst that America air power has to offer. That even killing his leadership, you have a regime far more aligned and controlled by the IRGC, and it's got no real signs of going anywhere unless you do a land invasion. And that regime has shown the ability to shut down and control the Strait of Hormuz, which is an economic dagger towards the world, and for Trump in particular, an economic dagger towards the midterm elections. Towards the midterm elections. I think we're in a very weak position vis-a-vis Iran, and you essentially have two choices. You can either negotiate, and you're going to come out with an agreement much more weaker than JCPOA. They're not going to agree to the same terms again. They would be crazy to do. We're going to give them billions of dollars. We're going to do the same thing that Trump criticized the Obama administration. Or you're going to have to actually prosecute a war for regime change and all the problems that entails with this the pottery barn.
Going to see if I can get Senator to sponsor bill ending mortgage debt quotes.
I just think, as these negotiations have failed and as we are apparently getting ready to start more conflict, that is worth noting just what a colossal policy blunder this has been.
Thank you, Brent. To the previous caller, William, I've done a little bit of research. Once again, I put an asterisk because this is a very short synopsis of things that I've been able to look at with regard to this situation. But from as best as I can reckon from going through a few sites here, the pivoting to preparing the U.S. Navy for asymmetric warfare began after the attack on the USS Cole and after the 9/11 attacks. So it dates back that far that they started to pivot towards what we commonly call drones. They have another term for them, but we will just use the term drone because we're talking among ourselves, not among military geeks. And other means of asymmetric warfare that can be put into our naval arsenal. But, government, the military, shifting, it moves slowly. And, but the start of this began before Trump became president the first time, and it was accelerated and since Trump came back into office. It's a program that has accelerated under his watch. So I think there's, you could say that many administrations have shown attention to this. You can express frustration over the movement, the speed of getting this done under several administrations, and you can say better late than never, but at least now the current administration is trying to do something about this in an accelerated fashion. Now, again, that's just based on me jumping to a bunch of websites that try to explain this and just reading the synopsis of those sites. You can do your own research and counter what I have said, and I wish you would if I'm inaccurate. Okay, Meryl followed by Andrew.
Questions as I have opinions. I don't see, I think it's pretty apparent that we didn't achieve what Trump said we were going to achieve. We didn't meet the goal. I'm not even sure, I'm not sure that he knew, I believe he knew we couldn't. I think that he was given advice that he rejected. I think he rejected the advice from Marco Rubio, rejected from the general. We now know that he fired several people and had them fired, and that was because they didn't advice, they disagreed with the advice. That, I mean, they had different opinions about things. And we've been in the dark with this administration always. I mean, and I'm not sure that we're ever going to know what's going to go on now with Iran. I don't know. I don't think he's going to go boots on the ground, because I just don't think that. I think he believes that there's too many people that don't have a taste for war. That kind of loss for our military, to lose the soldiers, to lose our military. And you can't help Russia. Israel isn't coming in; they can't. So it's us. That's it. The Kurds. That was not real. So I think that what you're going to get, what took 18 months for John Kerry to work out, Trump thinks that we're going to get something better in a few weeks, and I don't think that's going to be. And I think that we then look weak, definitely look weak to a lot of countries. But I have other concerns too. I'm looking in the bigger picture. And what have we become? What are we becoming? We're partnering with Russia. It appears that we're not going to help Ukraine. We're partnering with Gulf countries and not rejecting all of the European countries. And I don't know.
The man gently places the armor on his thigh. The next second, the remaining pieces seem to be summoned, and all of them automatically attach to his body. Fortunately, the armor protects him, so he is not injured. But suddenly, countless memories he has never seen before flood into his mind, violently crashing into his consciousness. Luckily, his wife notices something is wrong in time and quickly helps him climb out of the well. But when the man tries to take off the armor, he realizes that every piece seems to be embedded into his skin. No matter what he tries, he cannot remove the armor. With no other choice, he can only put on a loose coat over it. Then he accompanies his wife to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. Although the nurse keeps praising that the baby is very healthy, in the man's eyes, the scene looks completely different. Even though the scene in front of him is terrifying, the man does not pay much attention to it. He only thinks it is a hallucination caused by recent exhaustion. But what he does not know is, just when he falls into a groggy sleep, a pair of black hands suddenly reaches toward his head. Luckily, the noise downstairs wakes him up in time. He quickly wakes his wife, and they go downstairs to check what happened. But when his wife turns on the light, they are shocked to find a strange creature standing in the corner. Before they can even react, an even more terrifying monster suddenly appears behind them. The man gently places the armor on his thigh. The next second,
that stupid talk always was. I resented terribly when he told the Iranian people, "Stand up. You know, we're coming. We're there for you." We weren't. We just were. You can't tell people that don't have weapons and don't have the ability, and we're saying we're going to be there to help you. I ache for them. I ache for them because I think they're going to kill me even more now. I think that they are even more vulnerable. And I think a lot of the country is still going to be vulnerable. I don't believe we're just, okay, guess what? No more Hamas, no more Hezbollah. No more terrorists. That's not realistic thinking. You woke up some people that just said, "I'm done." Okay, you created more terrorists in some ways. Whether it was smart to try to, whether they were that close to getting a nuclear weapon, we're never going to know, because nobody wants to tell us everything. Nobody does. And so we're going to hear, if there's no regime changing, we're going to hear that there's some kind of an agreement. We're going to hear it's a win, it's a win, it's a win. And I just don't think that it will be a win. And I think that we will go on, and there's going to be some changes that I don't think are the smart changes, or they're changes that I don't understand. And by the way, I don't think we're just going to give Iran money. We're going to give the Gulf, anybody that had damage from the war. He's going to give them money. We're all that. So it just, like I said, I'm at an absolute loss for anybody. If anybody can tell me what happens next? If there's no agreement, then what? What happens next? Where do we go? What do we do? Who are our partners? Are the China? That's silly to think that China isn't going to look at us as terribly weak. I just don't see that. I really don't. So I do. I have concerns. I have concerns about how fast can we replenish what we've lost. I am very, very, very disappointed because I feel that we are abandoning Ukraine, and I think that no, we're going to abandon Ukraine as well.
Oh well, that's. I guess that was your point. I thought you misspoke.
No, but I don't care about abandoning Iran. I wanted them to do the job right, and if the strategy was you can't do it all the way, you're not going to do it all the way, then you don't go. You rethink it. And I'm worried that that's what happened. I'm worried that we were told ahead of time, he was told ahead of time, this is too optimistic to think that this is what we're going to achieve. And in this period of time, that's too optimistic. And if you're going to commit to this, are you willing to commit to boots on the ground? And did he say yes? Did he say no? I think that maybe he rejected advice, and I don't know what we achieved from it. I don't know that we are safer from Iran. I don't think the world is safer just because we might enter into a 2-page agreement. I don't think so because of who they are. And they're villainous, and they are bad, and they're terrorists. So you can't trust terrorists. But I also do believe absolutely we are going to abandon Ukraine. And that troubles me too. It troubles me who our new partners are going to be.
Thank you for that, Meryl.
We will.
I was thanking you. I thought you were through.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Meryl. Breaking news, the Supreme Court has just upheld the right of Alabama to eliminate a congressional district that's held by a black congressman. Just happening now. Andrew, followed by Amir.
Hi, Gary. Good afternoon. Yeah, I don't want to go over anything that's already been done, but I will say this. I think the United States went into this, or Donald went into this, probably not hearing the advice that he wanted, which was to do exactly what he is doing right now, thinking that it would succeed. I think this has been a long-standing issue with Donald Trump. It goes back to, the initial hostage taking. He said to go in at that time. He reiterated that's in the 80s, etc. So I think this has been a burr in his saddle, under his saddle. But as much as the United States wargamed this, let's remember that the Iranians must have wargamed it too. And so the closing of the straits and that pressure point on the rest of the world had to be ultimately within their mind. I don't see how it couldn't be. In hindsight, of course, I certainly didn't think about it much at the time of this war breaking out. But I think the United States, and the other thing I think Iran knows or knew or felt was that the United States was not willing, after two decades of war with boots on the ground, to do that again. That the American public would not. So they knew that the Americans would be fighting this with one arm tied behind their back. If they're not willing to come in with boots on the ground, then we may be able to outlast them. And they're not at all reticent about making their people suffer. We know that. We've seen that for decades, and we saw that in most stark terms in January. So any economic pressure that the United States seems to feel that they are putting on Iran by blockading their blockade, I think they'll be able to absorb, because they don't really care about their people. So it's just the leadership that will find other ways of maintaining their current status, if you will. But yeah, certainly I think the United States is fighting with one arm tied behind the back. And I don't know how you're going to get out of this. You're not going to get the deal that you had before. That's obvious. The Iranians do not take Donald Trump at his word or seriously, I do not think. So I don't know what kind of leverage the United States has. And any outcome going forward has empowered Iran. They're stronger now in many ways than they were before because they realize through this exercise just how critical that strait is at this point in time anyway. If the Saudis and the other Arab emirates around the Gulf can move their oil onto land and through pipelines away, then that will certainly lessen that stranglehold. But certainly for the foreseeable future, because that takes years, of course, for the foreseeable future, they do have that pressure point at their command to some degree. So I think they're in a better position than they were before this fall. Thank you.
Well, clearly, their form of government is different from ours. And they can get away with people going without petrol, without electricity, without water, with being bombed, with killing of protesters, and sustain their government. And they look at the United States and they probably chuckle at the fact that our policy vis-a-vis Iran could change simply by the cost of gasoline at the pump. It's a different pressure. That puts extreme pressure on our president and our Congress. But major things, they feel indemnified from it in the government of Tehran. They don't care because they don't have to care. So that gives them an advantage in the ability to wait out the Americans. There's no question that what you say is absolutely true. Amir, you get the last word for the day.
Well, that's phenomenal. Thanks, Gary. So here's my view. I think initially there was a miscalculation on behalf of Trump and Netanyahu. We thought that they just remove the top leadership and the military infrastructure gets blown to pieces and military commanders and so on, and then the established regime kind of falls apart. Perhaps people will come out and finish the job and so on. I think that was a miscalculation. Clearly, it didn't work like that. So they had the negotiations in Pakistan. That didn't work. And now we have the Strait of Hormuz. I don't want to go over all these things that you've already covered. But I think it's a mistake to think that Trump and Israel are going to give up on the 400 plus kg enriched uranium and of course the enrichment facilities. And one way or the other, they will secure that. There's just no way in my imagination that they are going to be faced by a country that's been, let's say, under sanctions for 47 years and can stand against the superpower and can actually win the day. I mean, you might as well just forget US as a power if it comes to that. But I think that's a political set. I mean, the reality of it is that the 400 kg plus 60% plus enriched uranium is still in there. And there is no way that Trump and Netanyahu, or especially Netanyahu, is going to give up on that. Whether it's going to be done by special ops, military intervention, whatever it's going to be, it's going to be done. They may have to go in there and just blow it to pieces where it is, but they're going to do it. And and that will effectively win them everything that they want to win. They will also secure them the midterm elections, and Trump will come out of it trumps. If you ask me. And then there is just, if I may, one other point, a kind of a longer term point, and that is the question of helium reserves in the Persian Gulf. And as you know, it's a fundamental element for quantum computing. I know it's not a directly relevant point, but when we look at China exploring helium in the moon, you got to think that there is no way that U.S. is going to get out of Persian Gulf and let China take over. I mean, the whole infrastructure for AI and data centers in the Saudi Arabian Peninsula is based on this resource. I mean, when you put all these together, this is going to carry on, and this can only be one winner out of it, and that's U.S. Well, thank you for the mic.
Thank you, Amir. Folks, I just received a call from the president. I don't know if I'm supposed to be telling you this, but he's thinking about reshuffling of his cabinet. And since I'm from Detroit originally, he's thinking about making me transportation secretary. And I said, if I'm transportation secretary, can I go on a 7 months long Great American road trip at taxpayer expense with me and my family? And he said, yes, of course. So I told him I accept. So if I'm not here tomorrow, that's the reason why I'm going to be taking the oath of office in Washington and then packing my bags for a road trip. But you know what? Maybe I can actually call you from the road. I think that would be a great thing for me to do. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday, starting at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
I can't believe they put Bane on the screen.
Again.
Do you remember the second time they put Bane on the screen?
Version of Bane.
I think they have a female version. What would her name be?
And where does it say in the Quran they have to preserve it with recitation?
Oh, singing and memorizing it?
They don't. It doesn't say that.
No, that's a good question. I don't think I've ever heard saying that they should all learn to memorize it.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Like,
I can imagine that there's like some verse that says like keep these teachings in your mouth, right? That would like make sense.
Well, yes.
But then, like, if I were honest, I'd be like, you're being hyper literal and you're being dumb. Like, that's a metaphor. It's saying you should know them well, not that you should recite them. But I don't know. I haven't researched their desire to memorize it.
I mean, I do it for fun. I'm not doing it for a living. I bet you if I did do it for a living, I would know most of the book by now. But it's not really, just like I know most of the print at my job, and I've only been there for 2 years. Like I kind of know every nook and cranny at the moment. So. Because a pharmacist is gonna know compounds.
Hi. Wait, dude, chill. Just have a conversation. Don't worry about it. Who's first, who's second, who's third. I don't care. Like, Finley, go ahead. I didn't. Who's first?
What's second? I was pointing out.
I don't know something. Who's on third?
Rich, that beautiful PTR is
No, I don't know something.
It was commissioned by me to Nate. Nate painted that. Me and my lovely wife. That commission just wanted to point it out.
Yeah, you're supporting the LGBT community by paying Nathan.
And don't forget about the Q and the plus.
The AARP.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm looking for
the nominee conversation was a good conversation though.
Hey, by the way, Oprah did spend some time in the Milwaukee market before she made it big. She was a talk show host in Milwaukee.
She went to a high school there, if I remember.
Start off like Ricky Lake and all those people in Wisconsin. I mean, everybody start off with it. Like if you want to go to meteorology school, Mississippi State got the best. You want to be a nurse, Alcorn State got the best nursing school. Every, engineering school, Prairie View A&M. You know, if you want to be a lawyer, Harvard. You know, everybody got their strengths. So yeah, you have to start. You remember Jerry Springer?
Donald Trump just nicknamed the Democrats as Dumbocrats.
Man, a fucking donkey. Congratulations. Fucking donkeys.
Dumbocrats. Oh, this man is something else.
Yeah, I think Jerry Springer originally made his mark. I think it originally was the Cincinnati market.
He was a mayor. Do you know what he did? This dude got in trouble writing a check to a prostitute. That is hell.
No. Did you see his will? Did you see his will? He left his money to his black kids.
Oh, what do you guys think about? What do you guys think about?
Yeah, Google it.
What do you guys think about Trump floating the ideal of suspending gasoline tax?
Man,
it's only like 16 cents. Yeah, 25 cents on diesel.
Just like tax on tips. I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful what he's doing. Hey, look, you remember in his...
You wouldn't want 60 cents off on gas right now?
16
Stand up if you're for America first.
That would not make a dent in anything.
Hey,
I will say this. Also, the tariffs are preventing me from ordering my freaking car too, by the way.
Oh, that's cool. Move over there and ship it over here. You'll be all right. Man, that guy is America first. Did you see the State of the Union? He said, stand up if you believe America should be first. What is wrong with that? It's like you. I don't know if y'all are family men or not. I'm not assuming anything. But don't you put your family first over your friends? You're not going to have a beard. You got to babysit. I mean, you're putting America first. I think it's beautiful. I think he's standing on, what his Scarface says, I got my balls and my word. We're going to bomb the shit out of them. The other president's like, just don't. Just don't. Oh, you're burdened by what you're unburdened by. Man, fuck that. We're going to bomb the shit out of them motherfuckers.
All right, so Finley, right now there's a proposed bill in California that would suspend state gas tax, which is about 61 cents per gallon. If passed, it could save drivers roughly $1.08 per gallon when combined with other fuel fees.
Yeah, California has a stupid high freaking gas tax.
California.
I'm not in California. I'm in freaking Florida.
Right, where everybody's moving.
Yeah, but do you think people in California would give a shit if it went down $1?
Yeah. Now they would care.
Yeah, they're like $6 a gallon.
Now listen.
Free.
Now, if there was a proposal to bring gas down $1 a gallon here, yes, I would take that. That would make a difference.
Yeah, I'll look up.
But the cost of living in California is ridiculous.
I know our state gas tax is high.
Who wants to talk about San Francisco? Oh Lord. Been there one time. Don't plan on going back. Yeah, the taxes, what they say, old boy that won the Super Bowl, he said he owed the state of California $70-some thousand just because of that, all those taxes, man. Everybody's leaving New York and California, going to Florida, chilling out. It's just like, I don't know if y'all know about this, but I had a friend that do this. His grandmama died, and he buried her on her property. He don't have to pay property tax.
You're in a movie, do you just kind of go with your stream of consciousness? Just go.
Yes, so to keep the movie.
That's fair.
But if you want me to stay on subject,
you good. No, you good.
That's why I talk about the Amish, because when they bring up COVID vaccine, I'd be like, well, them Amish motherfuckers on them horses didn't go get that vaccination, and they didn't die. So we've been lied to, just like Uncle Tom. You got a tomcat, a tomboy is tough, but Uncle Tom is a weak ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Uncle Tom was Django, by the way. But you know, a lot of people never read the book. I did. I had to do that, and I had to learn about Malcolm X through my own projects. Because down south, they don't learn about Fred Hampton and Malcolm X. It's sad, boy. We don't turn the other cheek. You know what we did learn about down south? A wet dream. I have a wet dream, and I'm a freak. You say that too loud, you get ostracized. You know, you're not entitled to your opinion anymore in America. Culture difference. Everybody's independent. Damn.
Yo, Marshall, you there?
Yo, what's up?
I learned a new term today.
What is it?
Dang it, what did he say? I just forgot that fast.
Ostracized.
Directional truth.
Yeah, it's just another word for lying. It's just a way to excuse it.
No, it is. I'm like, I literally.
AOC.
Up until Matt Finney used that term, I'd never heard that term before.
If you notice, with Omar, whatever her name is, that's exactly what she used. Directional bullshit. And that damn Nick Shirley, we need to protect him at all costs.
All right, so since Finland did be about 60 cents cut in Florida if they were to pass.
What, the federal and the state cut?
Yeah, because the state in Florida is 18.4 cents per gallon, and that's federal. And then the state is 39.4 cents per gallon. After taxes, roughly $3.87. Currently, it's $4.44.
Is that high?
Well, in the Senate, who would block that bill, though? Would it be the Democrats blocking it?
No,
I'd block it. I'd block it. We have $39 trillion in debt, and that's just the way not to have money to pay the fucking debt.
Well, why not
Bro, we would block it because you support the Bushes and Halliburton.
No, they're not even doing that. We're doing the exact same bullshit in Texas with property taxes. We don't have any property taxes fund our state. Yet the Texas government wants to get rid of property taxes. It means they don't have money to run the fucking state.
If I bought something, I should own it.
Marshall, we're proposing that here too, but they've amended it. So now they're proposing to get rid of the property tax for homesteaders, and then property tax on the people that don't live. Because believe it or not, more people down in Florida that own homes don't live here than do.
Yeah, but Texas property tax is outrageous. It's like one of the highest in the country.
You said what?
Yeah, it is the highest in the country, but it's because we don't have that an income tax. The entire state government is funded off of sales taxes and property taxes. That's how we
we're
fund
fine
our
with
state.
raising the sales tax.
Ours is sales tax and
I
property
don't want to raise the sales tax.
You think it's okay that most people have to pay $20,000, $30,000 on their house every year?
Right. Exactly.
I think if it's not a property tax, I think if it's not a property tax, it's an income tax.
Yeah, you gotta pay
in our state, it's unconstitutional.
Don't pay it. The federal
That's not the point. You have to have money to fund the government.
As farms and stuff.
Well, Marshall, why don't we make it voluntary, like sales tax, or like a sales tax? Instead of forcing people to pay $25,000 on their house every year.
Run the Texas government and you can't run the Texas government with no money.
Marshall, if a person doesn't pay the $25,000 that they have on a house that is fully fucking paid off, the federal government will, or the state government will show up and put them in a fucking cage and take their house away.
Yes, which I don't agree with. But it's not a property tax, it's an income tax. An income tax is already unconstitutional.
We don't need an income tax, we raise sales tax. Well, I already ran it through like 6 cents extra.
No, you can't fund the entire state government on sales tax.
Yes, you can. I already ran it through.
They've already looked at this, which is why they
rejected it. It was like an additional 6 cents. It raised it like 14.5. Like each city in Texas is different.
Has looked at this
like down here alone, it's like 8.5%.
The state legislature has looked at this very fucking thing, and they figured out it's not going to fund our state.
McDonald's or my Five Guys. Instead of having to pay $25,000 for a house,
already looked
paid off like money.
Oh my God, the state government already looked at this. They've already made a decision.
You want to be a socialist, that's why you want the government to pay.
Yeah, I bet they can.
Yo, you be.
Nah,
Even though I already ran it through fucking ChatGPT,
you wrong on that one.
You have to raise it by 6 cents.
If you raise the sales tax by 6%, by 6 cents.
6 cents, yeah.
$600.
It's 8.5% right here.
Well, in Mississippi it's 7, so that'd be 13.
14.5%.
You'd be kicking out the homeowners.
Still cannot tax government off the 6 cents.
No, not if your house is paid off, Finley.
Right.
Your house is paid off.
I said non-homeowners.
Oh, yeah.
I said non-homeowners important.
I own my land. Stop taxing me.
Yeah,
When I forget it after 5 years, somebody come in and swipe it from up under me.
The SWAT team will show up and fucking take you away to case.
Right.
That's a fucking income tax, because otherwise, that's like all you're gonna get.
And you can do the income.
Makes sense, Marshall. That's all you gotta raise it by.
Property.
That's not about property tax.
That's not the point. The Texas government has to.
We're talking about property.
Yeah, we're talking about abolishing property tax and raising the sales tax by 6%.
Every year, our oil money, sales tax money, property tax.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to fucking pay an increase on sales tax. Do you agree?
I got a question, Marshall. Because doesn't in Alaska they don't have state tax or sales tax or state tax and income tax in Alaska either, right, Marshall?
No, but they also have like an oil subsidy program where every Alaskan gets an oil check.
That's what I was gonna ask you. That's what.
Yo, who the
That's
fuck
what I was.
robbed Duty for
Galaxy, shut the fuck
dirty
up.
ass niggas? Seriously,
That's
I
what
hate that nigga so
Somebody
much.
make it.
Like, I'm surprised that your plane didn't get in a fucking, a fucking accident, bitch. Yeah.
Like, you're gonna die dating soon, Miguel.
I really don't give a fuck if you're
Conspiracy
gonna die.
narratives are only purpose to hold a deeper control by panic, corrupt,
Remember,
The one with the 8 stores all over his arms. Remember he took a picture in his shitty apartment with this little Deadpool versus Wolverine looking dog, and he had 8 stores all over his arms.
Listen, what I'm not doing is arguing with somebody that's 500 pounds. I'm not doing it because what you need to do is go take a penicillin shot. That's what you need to do. Go catch you a penicillin shot. Remember that. Go catch you a penicillin shot. That's what you need to do. Because you out,
dirty fatty.
Because I know you out. The fuck, dirty ass nigga.
Guan, you forgot to say it. Look, everybody left.
Do I give a fuck? No, I don't.
You guys let Galaxy kill the room, just remember that.
Remember,
thank you, Peta.
And remember your mom had a long foot. Go catch.
Yep, Galaxy killed the room.
I ain't kill shit, nigga.
You did. What's your zesty gayness? Marshall left, Finley left.
Do you think I give a fuck? Cause I don't.
Peter, move the room. It's already done.
Galaxy already done. Why are you so talking?
Make Galaxy run around in the hallways.
Why are you so talking?
Shut the fuck up, Galaxy. Bro, you have 8 sores on your arms. It's disgusting. You're gonna be dead soon.
You're already dead.
You can go join Freddie Mercury in hell.
What you need to do is go get you your penicillin, remember?
Fucking mumble rap, motherfucker. Remember, you can buy your outfit. You can buy your entire outfit for $200.
Can you fight me?
$200. I'd beat the fucking brakes off your skin.
I bet you can.
But I wouldn't fight you because I don't want to get AIDS when I bust your fucking jaw open and you pour blood all out of your face. Yeah, I wouldn't want to contract HIV. That's why I wouldn't fight you. I'd shoot you instead.
It's not a hate. It's not a hate.
Cinnamon for them pancakes. Oh, come on.
Yeah, cinnamon, sugar, everything.
Cinnamon's a spice.
Oh,
yes. Herbs and spices.
Okay. We're helping you. Yeah, okay.
No, but are you saying herb? I'm helping you, bro. You ain't in America like you saying herbs or herbs. What you saying?
I'm not going to repeat myself. Do you like your sparrows?
Can't understand your accent. I'll be honest.
Be honest. So it's not a question. Everybody knows how it went. But where are we now? Who's in oil? I'm not in oil. Anybody here in oil? Anybody in
James,
politics?
help me out, bro. What's going on here in your I don't care, do you? Sorry, I don't mean to disrespect you, Jerome, but I'm not going to have to hold the P. Diddy conversation right now.
Jerome, ping me sometime. We'll talk about the Netherlands because it's not going to work out here, dude.
No, it's not. But I will stay here, and I can like shut my mouth.
Yo, Pro, have you seen the Michael Jackson movie yet? Or? I saw it the other day. Actually, pretty good. Very sad, though.
What was the sad?
Because obviously his father beat him, and the actor that they chose is now going to be typecast forever in my book as an evil man because he did such a good job of playing an asshole father. I was just like, damn.
Did they show him castrate Michael Jackson? Was that the movie?
No, not quite, but everything basically up to that, like in every way, it's like, it's weird seeing like a grown-ass man be afraid of another man in such a weird way, whereas Michael Jackson, like, I remember the one thing about Eminem, Eminem had the Without Me song, right? And he had that thing about Michael Jackson in there. And, no, not Without Me, it was the other one. Oh, okay, yeah. And Michael Jackson was like, hey, I really don't like that. And could you do and I was like, it is what it is, it's like, not really. And then, whatever, they went their way, they didn't really quite agree. And so Michael Jackson just bought the masters, and that song has never been played again. So, damn, that's a power move.
Was that the movie?
He's like, I own this.
Yeah, Michael was bad. Like, B-A-D bad.
That's right.
He was bad. Like, a lot of people don't know about when he did those 2 songs with Paul McCartney. He did the same shit. He just bought up the whole catalog for the Beatles.
Yeah, exactly.
Only didn't buy up the catalog. He bought up Neverland after Paul McCartney did the Say You, Say Me song. The whatever song was, he was just like, yeah, this is gonna be where I live. For like 30 years, and sold that place for. It went up to 100 million in value and only sold to 22, and I think he bought it for 19, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he made power moves. He was a good dancer and a good putting people in their place. Like when you hear all these stories about him that are coming out on the internet now because of the movie, he was serious. Like a lot of people thought he was a joke or a pedophile or something, but he was not that. He was something else. He was beautiful. I love Michael.
Well, both things could be true.
He was a fucking legend. Michael Jackson was a fucking legend. He was a black motherfucker.
Cool. You're not. You're in the audience. But, that's how it plays.
Yeah, and they got, I think his brother's son, so like the nephew or whatever, to play him. So I was like, how is this person so good at this role? And like, duh. Like, I was like, oh, okay. Wow, that's cool. Kind of cool, kind of creepy, but I was like, damn, that's like, nowadays you can actually make like probably an entire career out of just like making music after the movie, right? Like, I feel like people would actually enjoy that. So it's kind of a weird kind of like, hey, take 2 of this template. You know what I mean? Like if the universe uses similar templates, this is like take 2 of that template. It's kind of weird.
Am I being too extreme with the lack of tolerance? Or is it right on brand?
Now, bro, come on.
No, keep shooting hostages. It's fine.
Alright. Hoshi's here. Oh, Royvis. Oh my god, Royvis. Royvis might not make it either.
You're doing good.
Yeah, just don't talk about it. It's weird when you start talking about it. Just be you, dude.
No. You gotta promote the brand. I mean, the room. This is actually the room. That's fine. Yeah, standing in the annoying shit. You gotta Royvis, you gotta be on your best behavior, man. You can do it. I know you can.
What if I'm just like annoying, but like just
in a lovable way? If you're annoying in a lovable way, we can maybe make an amend.
As long as it's entertaining.
Yeah, I don't think Houchi's gonna make it, so I think he left. He was like, damn.
You understand what I'm saying, bro? It's like you talk about kissing a girl before you kissed a girl. Like, just kiss the girl, you know what I'm saying?
sometimes you gotta talk about it before you do it. You know, you gotta give it a test drive. Think like, is this the best move for me right now? Just kind of hear how it sounds. Try to be like, look, you know, I'm thinking about this. Not really sure. You know, people love that lack of decision making. It's really attractive.
Guess that's the girls you dig.
Hey man,
I think Jimmy's the girl in this scenario.
I know, I just want to be made out with, and bro keeps like, dude, like, kiss your ass, and I'm like, just kiss me.
Jimmy did say, what percentage gay did you say you were, Jimmy, again?
It's like 4 or 5%. I'm just a little.
4 or 5, yeah. That's about 4 or 5 higher than me, but that's cool. I'm not judging.
He's trying to up the percentage a little bit.
I'm trying. I would love to be more gay. I mean, I want to go
I
to
hear you.
stuff like that. I'm trying. Am I hitting on you well enough? I mean, I don't know how to do this.
I mean, 4 or 5% worth.
It would solve some problems.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Look at Jerome. Paul, look how good he's doing now. It just takes one kick and he's back in the game. Right? Good work, Jerome.
Ralphius, how you been, man? Is it Royvis? Am I pronouncing your name wrong this whole time? It's not Royvis, it's Royvis, right?
Oh my gosh, John
Wait, didn't you test drive a car you were really interested in yesterday?
Well, I changed my mind because those Mini Coopers are very expensive to work on, and the more I thought about it, like, you know what? Why don't I just keep my Subaru? I've almost got it paid off, and I'll just treat myself. I'm turning 40 this year, so I'll just, bust my ass, sell as much as I can this year, and then I won't feel guilty. I'll just buy myself a little Miata, used, consumer, and have it as a fun play car.
Oh, Alistair, I've been looking for you, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I heard you yesterday battling with the Viking warrior.
I have a business proposition for you, Alistair. We'll talk later. Okay, farewell.
Because Monica, to be honest, what I really truly want anyway in my heart. I didn't really want the Mini Cooper. I just thought of that because I thought I could shove the kids in the backseat. But the Miata is what I actually dream about every day.
Well, just tell me the business proposal now, Dr. Adams. Time is of the essence.
I want to know what you know, Edmund.
He knows everything.
What do you mean? Know what I mean, know what I know.
So I sent you.
Right, hold on. I want to pick this thread up between Doctor and John Edmund, please.
Okay, Alan.
Yes. Thank you, Daniel.
Master warning.
Alistair?
What? I mean, I asked you, what do you mean you want to know what I know? What are you talking about?
I mean, in the process of doing some digging at that person that attacked me and went onto an open stage and told people that I have AIDS, I saw a lot of your postings about this person. So I just had a couple of questions.
Yeah, okay, shoot.
Has that man ever been married?
I'm unaware, and I have no evidence to suggest he was married or any evidence that he has a deceased wife, but I supposedly saw a photo of his daughter who looked distressed to me. So I don't know anything about his wife. I don't know how she passed. And, people who come on here and do that insane communication. I mean, I think you're funny when you loud mic. There's nothing quite like it. And I say, keep doing you and let the content run. But you have to admit, it's like a cray bang room. And that's what it becomes. And, I think he's, some people speculate that he's just bored and lonely. Hello?
I mean, I would have to agree with you.
So what is the problem with AIDS?
Well, when you make disparaging, slanderous, libelous, defaming comments, if you don't call them out and document them and then get some social justice, you might just become a victim of somebody's insane behavior on an open public conference call, and then they can reap the consequences of their words, because if what they're doing is illegal and then you publicly document their public activities and notify people's associates, maybe employers, or even law enforcement, or even law firms that person lives in, Well, now that person has to start regulating their speech, and they tone down what they're doing on a nightly basis. Maybe they're drinking whiskey. Maybe they're doing 6 glasses instead of the prescribed 1 glass. You never know why people do what they do on this app. But if it's illegal and you document it and you report it, well, that's kind of like saying, see something, say something. It's called national security. That could be called cognitive security. Someone could call it modern law, not lawfare.
Do they have a mascot for that? Like for the forest fire bear?
Adams, are you finished with your line of inquiry? This is from last night's room.
It was, and he leveraged a lot of statements against me and my finances. I've never been evicted, according to public record. He most certainly has. So I'm just going through these items one by one because I really don't appreciate him leveraging those type of very egregious lies, about me yesterday.
Who? So
Brad Soffenberger.
Oh, Brad.
Yeah.
Sorry on you. I thought you were cool with Brad. Well, according to him, I have AIDS. So, and according to him, I have troubled finances and all of these things. So, he may be projecting from his situation because, like I said, I've never been evicted.
Have you guys shared each other dick pics yet or no?
Very good, Bow. What prompted this, Adams? Because I mentioned the reasons why I decided to vote for Karen Bass, and because Brad is a deranged cultist, he, decided to just try to harangue me for supporting Karen Bass, and then took it personal. So, if he wants to take it personal on an open stage like that, in front of people who are recording, doing other things, or could weaponize that information to harass me, okay, I'm going to take whatever steps I need to address him.
Right. No, the reason I asked is because I remember, not 2 weeks ago, there was that room where Brad and I forget who the other guy was, but they were going nuts on each other. Apparently said something about Brad's kid or something like that. And then Brad kept saying to you, like, how much he liked you in that room. So I wondered, in the interim, what had happened.
Well, here's what I will say. I don't know how much about Brad's background is actually true in what he shared on this app, but what I do know is that it seems like it's a hair trigger, setting him over the edge, which is simply disagreeing with him, and I'm tired of the behavior.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Holly, have you ever been evicted?
I have not been evicted.
I haven't either. So somebody that's coming onto this app, pointing their fingers and telling everybody what great adult responsibility that they need to have, shortly before coming on this app, they were just evicted. So I don't want to hear him make any type of just or any type of puns against people's personal business because I have not demonstrated that level of failure as an adult.
Evicted? You mean from an apartment?
Yes.
Oh, Brad was evicted? Is that what you're saying?
I have had to evict other people.
Yeah, when they don't pay rent.
Well, I got served with an eviction lawsuit many years ago, and my neighbor was an attorney who dealt with evictions for many years, and he instructed me with great, foresight. And it turns out that I countersued the massive real estate investment trust that I was living under, and we settled. And I got a great, outcome. The only problem I made was I didn't ask that the court records be sealed. And that put me in a public database of individuals who have had eviction lawsuits served against them. And as soon as you are in that database, whether you are guilty or not, future landlords will search that database. And if you are even in it, they want to have nothing to do with you.
It depends on your state. But there's a difference between an unlawful detainer being served. People go on vacation and they forget to pay rent. There's a difference between successfully going through the whole entire process and a judge having to remove you from the home.
My girlfriend threw me out once.
Yeah, I was living with a roommate in Beverly Hills, and she changed the locks on me. I was like, well, it's pretty illegal to do, like to basically kick me out. But by that point, I had already found another apartment, and everything was fine. But this woman definitely was playing games with me, and she was like accusing me of weird things, like, why did you take the handle off of the oven? I was like, take the handle off the oven. I was like, I don't even cook here. Why would I remove your handle from your oven? And she wouldn't let it go. I was like, okay, clearly I'm living with like a woman in her senior years now. She was an older woman, but it was a really dope apartment. And I think she charged me like $800 a month for the room in like a pretty luxury unit. Anyways, I'm just saying,
Isn't Karen Bass the Lori Lightfoot of like Chicago?
Yeah. I would have to disagree because she's actually made a dent in reducing homelessness by 17% and reducing gang-related violence by 28%. So
you need to find where these numbers come from and how they're quantified, because you keep repeating them. Sound dubious.
It sounds like Bukele.
How are they quantified?
So you're not gonna listen to the people that are investigating and arresting people?
I want to know how they're
How about Bukele? How about Bukele that he never?
I mean, look, let's say there's some weird flu one year, and they say, oh, there was a 200% increase from one year to the next. It doesn't mean much unless you know what the baseline number was.
And I do.
Bukele that could have been indirectly responsible for the reason why that there's lower gang stats. I mean, come on.
Bukele, Doctor, what I'm wondering is why do you not like the opponent, Spencer Pratt? Because to me, I love the marketing, and when I see Karen Bass, I see an angry.
Y'all get stuck on the marketing. I'm getting stuck on the results. So just because somebody says some shit that you like, okay, doesn't mean that you need to look at track record. Okay, let's look at track record. How much experience has he had managing a $15 billion budget?
But what?
That's because he's white.
But what?
How many years of experience does he have managing a $15 billion budget? That's a simple question.
Well,
just because he says things that y'all like, it shouldn't change the answer.
I get that, but what I'm saying is when you study the history of Karen Bass and her associations and activities and political activism, I just don't like it or agree with it. So it's not just about budget management.
Spencer Pratt and his activism, he advocated for his father-in-law that was molesting children.
Well, that's a problem, but
that's a huge problem. So that takes him off of.
But why are you opposed to like radical new leadership? Because really, the corruption is that bad. No, I'm saying Spencer Pratt would be the new radical. She's the old radical. Why are you so fixated on her?
I don't want to be voting for a person that was defending Kitty the Diddlers that pled guilty to incest. So, like I said, if you want to look at the marketing, go ahead and look at the marketing. I'm looking at results.
Well, the thing about politics and governance is results honestly just don't matter because the results have sucked. Because you want me to do some.
They matter to me. When you look at the likelihood of somebody victimizing me as a result of gang violence and those numbers being reduced, that definitely matters to me. It also matters to me to not look at as many homeless people as there were before she was in office. So those things are important to me. So you guys can, and I'm not saying you guys to be offensive. People can continue to look at the things that they choose to look at. I'm choosing to look at the things that affect me. I'm looking at the results of the people that are running for office, and I'm comfortable with my decision.
Yeah, that's fine. There's a lot of people.
Who doesn't like stepsister Ford?
I mean, to me, this notion that you're not going to vote for somebody because of their political party when they're otherwise the best person for the job given the options, I just don't see that as being sensible.
I voted for the other party.
I have too.
I voted for Spencer Pratt.
Well, and that's your choice. You can choose to be amongst the minorities of the city that are choosing to waste their vote by doing that. That is your choice. That's the beauty of America.
Okay, well, let me just give you some stats on Karen Bass's management. This is the information regarding the past 3 years of deficits. Full year 2024 ended June 24, significant overspending. Expenditures rose sharply, 14% in the general fund, driven by liability payouts. Hundreds of millions over budget, $240 million to be exact, for police fire costs and new labor agreements. The city drew down nearly. Well, she's
and by the way, city council actually approves those payouts. By the way, I hope that you understand that.
Well, how could you ask? What does it have to do with her? She's the leader.
It doesn't have to do with her because again, her predecessors in allowing the city to go into disrepair, she's now dealing with mitigating the lawsuits that have stemmed from that. And I think that she's doing a good job. Some of those people needed to be paid for their damages.
Okay. Well.
So I mean, when you drive down the street through Bel Air and you have, potholes the size of bathtubs that are causing car accidents, I can understand why motorists are getting to the point of suing the city. And this was a persistent issue before she was even mayor. A lot of these issues were persistent issues before she was even mayor. For example, my aunt falling on the sidewalk and busting up her face. That was something that occurred before she was even mayor. You have sidewalks with trees that are bringing up the sidewalk and people are falling. People in wheelchairs cannot get on the sidewalk to and from where they need to go. So, I mean, yes, those lawsuits needed to be paid. I'm not understanding exactly how that's a gotcha moment speaking to her inability to run the city.
Well, it's not a gotcha. I'm actually have just gotten very good at pulling up what I would consider controversial statistics, but actually, Los Angeles is actually in a great financial position. In Chicago, we owe almost $50,000 per taxpayer in debt to the government and to the banks. In California, Los Angeles, it's only $1,200. You guys are in an incredible financial position, and your deficits are next to nothing. So if you want to attribute that to Karen Bass, well, great. I think, isn't the bigger complaint really like her mismanagement of the fire? Because that fire never should have broke out, and it was under her watch. And the fire department, the accusation is that the fire departments are constantly assisting people with DUIs and overdoses, and so they lose the fire truck capacity to dealing with these Skid Row ODs.
And the fire chief that sent 1,000 firefighters home has been fired.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that's great accountability on our mayor's part to identify the problem and to get rid of it.
Well, I support you in supporting Karen Bass, but personally, I just cannot agree with her leadership style, her history, or her vision personally. But that's my opinion, and I hope you respect that. I'm entitled to my own opinion, and it doesn't mean that I think that your opinion is a bad opinion. Because I think Los Angeles is one of the greatest cities in America. Yeah, Los Angeles.
I think it's a great city. A lot of the people, especially on this app, cannot afford to live in, high density, places in America. They simply cannot afford to live in the city limits of Los Angeles. They can't afford to live in New York. They can't afford to live in Miami. That's just a reality. So when they look at the cost of living and they look at the dedication and the work and the effort that people have to put forth to be able to afford to live in these places, and then on top of that, they have their opinions about how we should live. This is where I draw a line.
Well,
This is where I draw a line.
What do you think about having a heavy hand and actually forcibly removing all residents of Skid Row and setting up a facility outside of the city, to help these individuals in a different way? Because if,
No, I disagree with that. I think that there are two options. You either go into treatment or you go to jail. That's it. So I don't think that we need to long-term house these people. I think that people need to have short-term housing to get back on their feet and go through treatment and to keep it pushing. I don't believe in long-term supported housing because it's a long-term solution for people as opposed to them doing what they're supposed to be doing.
See, the way I look at it is that everybody is dying, and some people choose to die on the streets. And it's just very sad, and it's unfortunate that people don't want to do the hard work or the minimum amount of work just to stop dying and rotting in the streets. And so whether it's prison or treatment, the problem with the treatment route is that it's manipulated. The problem with the prison route is that it's really not a treatment, and it's not necessarily supposed to be long-term housing. So that's why, I think that having the heavy hand and not allowing open air drug markets and open air homeless street, housing with a lot of improvised housing. Anyways, it's madness and I cannot believe that there's no will to actually, because this is Los Angeles. You know, if you've ever been there, it's just magnificent. So to allow that type of culture, see, COVID wiped out Venice Beach. You know, that culture actually couldn't survive in Venice Beach without the huge amount of tourists to make it a tempting place for ridiculous homeless people to basically live permanently. And an interesting story is when I was in Venice Beach on vacation one time, I was walking down the alley from my hotel and there was a big bag of shoes. So I picked up that big bag of shoes and I brought it onto the boardwalk and I set up all the shoes in like one of the vestibules. They have them marked like with numbers. And a homeless guy attacked me for having the gall to try to sell shoes in the open marketplace in Venice Beach. And I was so angry at this homeless guy. I was like, you know, he was making physical death threats against me. And I was just like, couldn't believe that the homeless were so insensitive. So that was kind of the irony of the homeless is you think they would be like cool hippies, but no, they're like gangster street gangbanger mafia. And they're not, they're entitled and they think they control the streets. It was ridiculous.
I had one of them living in my car for a week when I went to Miami last time, and my car still stinks.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I heard this story of somebody that lived in San Diego, and they went into their car, drove to work, and they smelled this stench, and they looked in the back of the car, and there was a homeless person sleeping.
I had a experience to that, except it turns out that true story.
Well, it's not true because nobody heard what you said in the Matrix. And I would just submit that, like, when you use Clubhouse, though, because, you know, I don't like being alone either in my car. And so I use, you know, Clubhouse occasionally. But the Wi-Fi Clubhouse experience where people can actually hear you is always better for the people you're trying to communicate with.
You know, I got to give you credit, John. You know, even though your campaign was not successful, at least you went out there and did something. You know, I would say that that's more than a lot of people on the internet bitching and moaning and complaining and don't even lift their finger. You
I do
write a letter. I'm not talking about you.
It's funny, there's a very predictable matrix at the corner of Marginal Way and Franklin. It's like a little valley, and there's always matrix down there. And I went through the matrix hole, and now I'm out.
Well, thank you, Dr. Adams. I do believe that we are not what we say we are what we do. And so, you know, it's inexperienced to try to like LARP as a politician because you realize that most politicians are just LARPing, being politicians. Most of them are terrible leaders. They actually don't care about the homeless people in their area. They don't necessarily care about the property taxes that are taking the food and the fun out of families' lives every day. And, you know, the sad thing is when we compare America and major American cities to Norway, everybody there born in Norway is literally a millionaire at birth because they save their fucking money. They don't spend it on woke DEI CRT programs and bike lanes and bump out lanes and rapid and enhanced taxation. We are living in a taxation vampiric society, and the people who never talk about it but yet push all these daily holidays and weekly holidays about it's tree day, it's LGBTQ day, it's this day.
Those bike lanes, you remember when they were putting those into the West Side? The whole entire country was listening to this shit. I think that that's a common problem in Los Angeles. I think that the city government has overly accommodated people in their personal time in the middle of the day when people are otherwise working. So, like, for example, the crosswalks. Like, they put these crosswalks that people, you know, that don't work in the middle of the day. They're walking their dogs, you know, going to yoga, and they're slowing down traffic for everybody else that has to go to work.
Well, in Chicago, the bike lanes have removed parking for businesses that need new customers to have access to fucking parking. And we sold our parking rights to Abu Dhabi, one of the Emirati countries. And so if I'm elected mayor, my second mayoral decree is to sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud, shut down the Chicago parking app, rip out every single parking meter, and end the taxation of our streets for vehicles, and end the bike lane tyranny, because they have destroyed businesses. There is no parking outside of any of these businesses because they're now fucking concreted out bike lanes. And so all this investment that we've made into the streets and into our vehicles to efficiently get places, no one's going to run over a fucking bicyclist, you know, in broad daylight because the bicyclist is only going, 13 miles per hour. Like, drivers are not looking to kill people, and it's always the blind spots and the truck drivers who make these big turns in these big fucking trucks, and they have no visibility. So these tiny bike lanes are ruining our streets. They create bottlenecks. They destroy parking. They ruin the previous investment for some woke leftist to fucking whistle Dixie riding down the street in their electric bike.
Well, you do make a very good point about semi-truck drivers and their use of our roads and wear and tear. I feel like a lot of cities need to incorporate into their planning for all of those trucks to go into one place, and then for them to have little distributor trucks that aren't as as damaging to our streets. All right, I'm gonna bounce out of here. I'll see y'all later.
Well, it's that time of day. Adams is not my ally. He's not my friend. He attacked me vigorously in an insane way every single day. I'm pretty sure he's called the police on me multiple times, maybe the FBI. And now he says he's my best friend, and he wants to know all about Brad Stauffenberger and the research I've done into Brad, because he's being accused of being, evicted. And the drama here just never ends. I wrote a poem about elite intellectual, gay, black, male Democrats. My friend, and AI is just amazing because you can take your poetry and make it into songs.
I've been really loving the AI music lately. I made this AI song about dandelion wine that I'm very happy with.
Wonderful. Yeah.
No, I'd love to hear your whatever you've got.
Yeah, the poem is fantastic. It was a lot of fun. I read it in a ultra intellectual, elite liberal hangout space here today, and they were so angry with me. Very upset, but it was a lot of fun. Here it is. In marble halls of power I ascend, elite, gay, black, trans, intellectual, unbent. Jim Crow's chains echo in structural white rage. CRT lights the path, turning history's page. Anti-racism warriors, DEI flames ignite. Indigenous lands reclaimed under justice's light. LGBTQ voices thunder. Rainbow flags unfurled.
Wake it up!
Healthcare a human right for every boy and girl. We Democrats dream the future, bold and true. Progress flows eternal, me and you. In shadowed halls of ivy, Where the sharpest liberal Democrat minds convene, I rise, an elite black trans intellectual, gay and proudly seen. A liberal Democrat forging paths through history's cruel chain, from Jim Crow's iron grip to structural right racism's reign. With CRT as compass and anti-racism as flame, I champion DEI, indigenous rights, and queer acclaim. LGBTQ liberation flows through every breath I claim. Healthcare is a human right, not profit's greedy game. We build the just society where equity prevails. No more divisions, chains together, progress sails. I am an elite gay, black, trans, intellectual Democrat. Hello?
Hello?
And see, the amazing thing about that is if I was to go to like a city council meeting, and read that poem, people would applaud it and they would love it, but then they would realize it's all just, mockery, because that type of spotlight filibustering is not the priority of we the people, is it? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? Trash bag here? Hello? Hello? Thought that was you. I don't know what to do with all this gerrymandering.
Do you know what to do with all that junk that you got inside of your trunk?
I'm gonna shake what my mama gave me, Zach.
There you go. There you have it.
I'm gonna shake my money maker.
I had a good day today, my friend. If you look at my profile, there's a room called Law, Justice, Lawyers, Judges, Courts. You might want to listen to that. I won a trial today. It's very exciting. And Rabboni Shalom, I'm now preparing to do Aliyah and retire in Israel at my leisure. Hello?
Hello? I know. I feel like that seems like kind of the only option. But, I mean, America's not that bad, but it's, I don't know.
Dude, I'm gonna go marry some super hot Israeli chick who's, extremely conservative, and let all of these American woke liberals who are just out of their minds and obsessed with getting things back to normal, as they like to say. When things are back to normal, when everything's back to normal the way it was. Those are the kinds of chicks I want to avoid.
Who wants to get back to normal? Do people talk that way? I never heard anybody talk about that.
Oh, but that's because you're not really listening here like I am 80 hours a week, recording people, listening to all the liberal talking points. And things get back to normal. Repeat it back again. Isn't that what Kamala's slogan was? We are never going back. It's the same thing. Okay. Oh, hey, Monica. I was imitating you yesterday. I was like, well, I'm going to do my Monica impersonation. You should all just watch my replay. It was an incredible conversation, and I know you're going to love it. It's on replays. You can check my replays. But, you know, by tomorrow at the same time, all the replays just get pushed down and away, and nobody watches replays. It's like, you know, there's only like 13 people that go back and listen to a Clubhouse replay because honestly, just nobody cares about this platform. Nobody's here to actually listen to anything interesting. You know, maybe some people are, but not most people. Most people just. I really think this is just like a medical device technology company to like boost your dopamine by allowing people to just talk indiscriminately and talk, and in the process, you create the dopamine, you know, that people so badly want. Could just be an opinion. Could be wrong. I could also play a song. You want to hear a new one? It's called Fit the Crime. Cop here in Chicago got killed by this young piece of shit. Had a gun stuck in the blubber of his gut. Pulled it out in the hospital and shot that cop down because he was full of hate. Fit the crime, the punishment. Sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long in the fear. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Take us you wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the
keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I marked the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the candle kiss the ground. I want the skies to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the candle kiss the ground. I want the skies to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in
Okay, I assume Beth is sleeping or something, but
Yeah, he was on taser.
Ask this question, and if they respond this way, then I go in this direction. If they respond this way, I go in this direction. I was like, but you don't have the data to prove that. No, I do, because listen, every time they said this, I always went, that's not the reason why they went that direction.
Sorry.
It had nothing to do with your question. Oh, but yeah, and then guess what? Bam. A whole month of April fails miserably. So, you know, we got to learn that sometimes the big head that we get after we get a little, success under our belt, we get the big head. That's why the scripture said pride comes before a fall. And it's true. It really is true. And that's why Trump is dealing with what he's dealing with right now, to bring it back full circle, guys. I am very well-rounded, by the way. And that's the reason why Trump is in the position he's in right now with the Iran war. He's in a quagmire, folks. This is a quagmire. He's stuck because he knows geographically he cannot win this war unless he takes that island, which is going to put a lot of U.S. Service members' lives at risk because he knows Iran has already planned for this. They're waiting for boots on the ground.
TC, are you aware of today being World Ego Day? John, can you reset the room and do the gong, please? Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know what World Ego Day is, but I'm going to finish what I was saying. So he knows this is a quagmire he's in right now, and he has no choice but to... Hello? Yeah, guys, let me finish. I know you guys hear me talking. I'm almost done.
All right, keep going.
So he has no choice but to negotiate his way out of this. And now Iran, I don't know if they knew this from the get-go, I doubt it, but they realize now that they've got a stranglehold on how much leverage they can use in these negotiations. And now he's stuck. He has to either commit boots on the ground, which is not a pretty option for us because we know that's going to come with casualties, or he's got to lengthen this thing out And at what end? Like, to what ends does he lengthen out these negotiations? So that's my 2 cents.
You monologue for like 2 hours.
I know, but at least I make salient points. This guy's just fucking Machiavellian, like hardcore.
Really?
Featured on CNN, multi-millionaire black business owner, CEO, finance, whatever.
Are you jealous?
No, it's just fucking annoying. Like, he's extremely. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody gives a shit. Ann doesn't care. She's just being a white knight right now.
That is not true.
All right, John, can you reset the room with the gong, please?
Yes, welcome everyone to Was the Iran War Absolutely Necessary? A little bit necessary, or, not necessary at all, or a lot. But so take the deepest breath of the day. Try to cleanse your chakras. Use your ears instead of your lips more often, because really people on this app, have fully automated lip syndrome, but not the fully automated ear syndrome. And, as a result, you get a lot of entertainment, but a lot of this entertainment is actually not useful or helpful or necessary. It's really an opportunity cost that you are choosing to participate in, known as a conference call. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people here that like to propagandize their elite, intellectual, liberal propaganda. We all can recognize it immediately, especially if the last sentence is, "So you don't stand for gay black men? You don't stand for black women!" That's when you know that we've gotten to the final denominator of the equation, and nothing really is important anymore other than the gay black male. And that is how we know that Democrat liberal elite intellectual propaganda is not only gay, it's also R word. And when we talk about what is the R word, it's really not a question of whether or not the conversation is necessary, but whether or not it's actually just spam and filibuster propaganda hypnosis to waste your time. Because clearly, if we can't discuss what the priorities are as a group, the group actually isn't interested in any priorities. They're just interested in gay, elite, intellectual, black propaganda, Democrat propaganda. And so I rest my case. Just know that the law is written in my PTR. The law is all that matters, not whether or not you're gay, or whether you're black, or whether you're a woman, or whether you're brown or an immigrant, or whether you're indigenous. None of that matters. What matters is the law. I rest my case, I land my plane, and I am complete. Hello?
Appreciate it, Mr. Michelin. Star.
What do black people have to do with any of this?
Oh, go ahead, John. That's for you.
Oh, what I'm trying to say is that no matter what happens, we have to protect the elite, intellectual, liberal, gay, black Democrat, because they are clearly the most subjected upon to white structural racism, to hatred, to all things terrible. And therefore, we have to protect the most effeminate, the most weak, the most objectionable, the loudest. I don't know if you know Pierre, beautiful Pierre, and beautiful Dr. Adams. Well, if they loud mic and just scream into the mic at the top of our lungs, and they just loud mic, and then they say you don't support gay black men. Well, they may support Karen Bass, a known communist, political activist agitator who's a criminal. And if we keep electing criminals instead of crime fighters, well, then you deserve your record sky-high property taxes and your lack of accountability, responsibility, and then your neighborhood goes up in a giant fire. Or next thing you know, you got looters and gangbangers terrorizing you, all because your leaders are ineffective, communist, liberal, intellectual, elite, gay black people. Do you know any intellectual, elite, gay, black politicians? No. Hello?
Alistair, I have a question. How do you have faith in the election system in, say, LA, where Karen Bass is running?
No, none whatsoever. Fraud is rampant, and whether it's petition fraud or ballot fraud or electric signature fraud, the election commission in Los Angeles, I'm sure, is run by elite, intellectual, liberal Democrats, not conservative, intellectual Republicans. That's just a fact. That's the problem everywhere.
If that's what you're electing, you get what you deserve. What if the Los Angeles people are electing in proper candidates, but the system is overrunning their voice? At that point, then what? I know it's a hypothetical.
Well, it's my belief that sheriffs don't actually arrest criminal politicians. And so that would be one thing where we actually get a sheriff somewhere in the country that's willing to arrest Democrat liberal judges that release prisoners on no cash bails and ankle monitors that go on to kill again. That would be enough to arrest a liberal Democrat judge immediately. We don't have any attorney generals at the state level, federal prosecutors willing to go after fellow judges who release black male recidivist murderers that go on to kill again with no cash bail and ankle monitor. Until we have real lawmen with guns and badges ready to take them down. And if they resist, they are ready to kill them. Until we have that, we will never, ever be able to break the cycle of liberal, Democrat, elitist, intellectual, gay, black male tyranny. Hello?
Why are you zeroing in on what you just zeroed in on?
Oh, you don't know GOAT, aka ban on this app, and politically correct, the fascist, elitist, intellectual, liberal, gay, black, Democrat ban, aka GOAT? You don't know GOAT?
No.
Because we're not releasing in mass numbers. Why Los Angeles and Chicago. They're only going for the blacks. They're like, oh, they're impoverished. It's systemic racism. So we have to release all these fucking 17-page long fucking criminals. But they're not doing it for the whites. They're looking at them and going, well, you're the oppressors, so you're going to jail.
Hey, I got a quick question. Alistair, are you saying that the ban is playing for the other team?
John, that's for you.
We know he's gay, so,
See, all jokes aside.
No, we know he's legit gay, like the guy's gay.
100%. I'm shocked.
You didn't know he was gay?
No, I thought he had a bunch of kids.
You can't be gay and still have kids.
That's a good point. But
I don't even know. I
thought he was married.
I don't think he has any children. I think it's just
I had no idea.
Yeah, he's gay. Yeah, he's 100% gay.
I don't know if that's true.
Who's gay?
Well, Alistair is claiming that, I don't know who Alistair is. Is Alistair the guy who used to record the rooms and put it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's John Kitover.
Oh, see, they always try to align me with you, which I don't mind. I don't mind you, but I didn't think.
He's big bro. He's big bro.
I know. I don't mind John Kitover, but they think that he's doing something sinister behind the scenes with the YouTube stuff. I don't know what he plans to do with that.
No, he's got brain problems.
You got what?
Brain problems.
Who has the brain problems?
John Kitover. He fell in his head and fucked up his brain.
What's the purpose of recording people and putting it on YouTube?
He's crazy.
Wait, they put him on YouTube?
I mean, you're on YouTube.
So
you're on YouTube right now.
Record.
If you go to John Kitover and then you hit if you go to John Kitover, type it in on YouTube and then hit live, you'll find you're being recorded right now.
Oh, I'm being recorded right now?
Yeah, and he has an anonymous account down with the sunglasses too, so even if you kick him, you're still being recorded. You can't kick the anons.
Oh, wait, so, oh, shit. Well, damn.
And I am complete.
We'll do it live. Work it! We're doing it fucking live. We're doing it live. We'll do it live! I miss that old guy. Where is he at now? One American News or something like that?
No, don't be live. Don't Okay, don't point out. TC, make sure that you perform for the recorder. Give him something.
No, TC, you're great. You do great. You do great content, TC. TC, let me ask you a question. If we were to make you the president. Yeah, let me ask you a question. If we were to make you the president, what would be the top 3 priorities of your administration be, Dr. TC?
Because I love black men.
There you go. That's what I was getting at. You never hear her say, hey, Bree, or hey, John, or hey, some other white person. She's like, hey, Mr. Black Man.
Well, first of all, I don't talk like that. Second of all, you white.
So we are.
I mean, that's not what statistics or IQ numbers show.
We are in the President Trump house. Was the Iran war necessary? We want to hear your voices and your opinions. If you are an ultra elite, liberal, intellectual Democrat, we want to know, was the Iran war absolutely necessary? Hello?
No.
It was not necessary, no. But if you ask the Trump administration, we're not in a war.
Well, pause though. How do we don't know what's to come. We haven't completed this task, so we need to see like what happens. So, like, there's obviously a reason that we're there, right? And
The primary objective was to remove a nuclear threat that we saw
no, sir,
gathering.
that's what he said.
Well, if it was the point to remove was to remove the threat, why did they still have nuclear material?
Yeah, no,
What are you talking about? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Can you explain?
You just stated that the point of this entire exercise can't call it a war because Congress hasn't voted to authorize the war.
Yeah,
it was to remove a potential nuclear threat. Well, if that's the case, then why do they still have nuclear material?
Because the job is still in progress. So they've made a lot of progress thus far, but the mission is not complete.
Well, there's a much concern with
Hold on, I want to hear this. Oh, go ahead, T.
Wait, was that a smoke detector?
Whenever TT talks, I'll listen.
Did we hear a smoke detector in the background? Whose was it?
No. When TT talks, I listen.
Stop it. No, not for just for that. I'm on mute.
Hey, but I want to hear you.
Yeah, because TC always brings better than anybody. TC, Anthony, those are the people I speak to follow their example. But go ahead, TC. What are you gonna say?
See, and
Sean, that's because we're black.
Well, yeah, I know that.
So senior.
I was asking the white people.
So senior, you disagree with the military action taken in Iran?
I think that we should have went a lot harder than we did in Iran. I think that we should have just leveled the place from the beginning, and it should have been boots on the ground from day one.
What do you mean leveled?
So you agree with the military action? You just don't think it was strong enough?
I agree with that.
And you maintained
we should have knocked the power.
How long have you viewed Iran as a threat?
I think
since I was born.
Oh yeah, I would go back to the Ayatollah, but I mean, sorry, not the Ayatollah. I would go back probably the 70s because the reality is they're the ones that are probably the main progenitors of terrorism cells in that part of the world anywhere because they're our primary nemesis there. If we're going to go after someone in the Middle East, they should have been
perspective.
Sure.
Because again, I don't know what the truth is, honestly. I hear so many different backs and forth. So I'm going to push from the other side. Why Iran and not other countries that have nuclear power? Why Iran and why now?
Because they openly would admit and they openly fund Hezbollah. All of these other organizations like fucking roaches, and they keep on seeding them all over the fucking world. And so yeah, they admitted to fine, fuck them. We should have went in there, leveled the whole country to the ground, took everybody out who was in their fucking government, and they're done with it. If we're the biggest bad superpower on the planet, we should have did it.
How would you respond to the loss of civilian life and how that would
get cost some more? Honestly, my honest response to that, I love omelets, but unfortunately have to break eggs to get them.
You love who?
Get omelets.
You love
I don't break eggs to make omelets, man.
You got eggs.
I feel like this is totally honest.
No, I agree with him wholeheartedly, though.
I feel like
the only one that has it.
this is wrong.
I mean, I think we should. I'm really, honestly, I'm pissed off that Trump didn't knock out. I mean, it's going to garner more fucking hatred for the United States, and you're going to get more people that are going to become politically aligned with the IRGC if they were to knock out the fucking water and they were to knock out, the electricity in Iran. You're going to have a bunch of people that are going to switch teams and be like,
That was going to happen anyway.
Yeah, but it hasn't happened. They should have done it by now. Like when he first gave that first, 24 hours or 72 hours, whatever. The second that it didn't fucking happen, he should have knocked it out. But I understand why they're not going to.
That I agree with.
Yeah, I agree. They should have. He should have. I got really pissed off that we didn't fucking knock the shit out as soon as we did.
Right. So the power. Right. I agree. But he's talking about civilians. Like, nah, I draw the line with that. But I agree. Nah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. But
I'm
here's
just
the thing.
kidding, but can I comment on it?
Yeah.
Abby said that's turning good.
No, it doesn't matter. We're going. Thanks, Rich. We're going to try to have an economic war with them as much as we can. And if we force them to cap their pipelines, I mean, they are royally screwed. They're holding on, but I think that's the direction he's going. And I was listening to a podcast where they talked about kind of what Trump would want to do. He can't because we bootstrapped ourselves 80 years ago with restrictions on how we fight wars and what we can destroy in a country and what would then be considered a war crime. And there's, to go in and really take them out, which we have done in the past as a warring force. We've limited so much of what we can and can't do, if that makes any sense. And it limits our warfare. So going in and taking out their train stations and their, communication systems and really decimating them and really, bringing them to their knees where it's a war crime where this is how we won wars before. It's how you win a war, but we're limited. So he has to squeeze them economically in the approach to win this.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense. No, I don't disagree with you. I was just like listening to someone pretty wise about this, and I think it makes sense. I don't think it's a munition issue that Kelly is talking about as much as what we can and can't destroy. And
right. Instead of
does that make any sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah. Instead of MAGA, can we say Bama make Abby moderator again?
So here's where I think we could make some progress on this. You could definitely target civilian infrastructure that's being used for military assets and that's being used for logistics and machinery and that type of thing. Anything that's fuel to use legitimate military targets itself becomes a legitimate military target. And so I think under the auspices of that criteria, I think a lot of these power centers and factories and things like that are in play. Now, would there be a measured application of taking out these civilian infrastructure, if you will? Yes, I wouldn't blow it all up at the same time, but I would certainly up the ante because at this point we're losing leverage. This is 100% a negotiation game, and if we're not making I guess it's the supreme leader. I don't personally believe there is a supreme leader in place right now, but whoever's pulling the strings, if it's the IRGC, whoever's pulling the strings over there, we definitely cripple them by limiting the effect they can have on control and command of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. And so if that means bombing the shit up heavily, then that's what we need. But it can't be described as a war crime because they're using it to fuel their military operations.
I think what's really sad about this whole thing is really we have sent the world the message that we are not as strong and as capable as we have purported ourselves to have been for the past 80 years. We have allowed what the fucking Pakistanis to now become the arbiters of peace treaties and shit like that and settlements in this conflict, quote unquote. Like Donald Trump should have gone in there and destroyed everything. Day one. We had the troops, we had the capability to do it, level the whole fucking country. Because honestly, when we have to go and fight the fucking Chinese, because now they decide, oh yeah, fuck Taiwan and fuck North Korea, because we can do all that shit. America can't do jack shit. That's when we're gonna say, oh, we shouldn't have gave them the heads up on that.
So if the people that live there believe that their regime is failing and they're hemorrhaging cash and that it's weakened, which was the message we had in the beginning of this war. You know, that was a pretty strong message that the regime was falling. And it seems like that message is kind of going away a little bit. But it was, if you remember in the beginning, that was what we all heard. But you have to have the people there, you know, you have to squeeze them. You have to really squeeze this regime economically, I mean, hard, so that any chance of their production or, you know, any revenue is gone. And then ultimately the people will erupt there. But I mean, that's kind of part of the approach. But again, think about it. We can't do the stuff that we've done before to win wars.
Well, I would actually push back. I would say one, we could. I think the question becomes, but what are we willing to deal with as the after effects of that? One, two, the fact that the Iranian regime still existed after all of the sanctions and all that shit, there is no economic consequence we could have given them that would have quote unquote destroyed their country. The only thing that would have taken these people out is a strike of some sort. And unfortunately, the president did not go in with enough strength to decapitate these people once and for all.
I just want to clarify, when you say these people, are you talking about the IRGC, the ruling class, the mullahs, the ayatollahs? You're talking about the nefarious?
I think he means the IRGC plus the 10%.
Well, let's just let him answer.
The IRGC plus the 10%. I am not saying mass murder every single war.
Well, that's what you were saying a minute ago, because I was just trying to clarify.
I will also clarify my point to also say this. If some of them happen to get, unfortunately, unalived in the process, I'm not going to shed a shit ton of tears. Because guess what? If they hadn't got a dirty fucking nuke in New York City, I'm not expecting people in Tehran to cry over people in Brooklyn.
But they've lost their GDP for what, a year? They've lost their missile launchers. They have no navy. You know, I mean, we've caused a lot of damage there.
Yeah, but they still exist, Abby.
They still exist. They fight on. Even though we've crippled them, and
I think the other guy was just saying that we should have went in stronger and we should have just eliminated 100%.
I hear
it would have been war crimes, and it would have been people crying like they did. Israel did the right thing when they went against fucking Hamas. They just bombed the living fucking shit out of them. They caused the death of 80,000 people. Half of them are probably combatants, half are civilians. And they're gonna fucking be bitched at and griped at war crimes and this and that.
Bullshit, bro.
But in the same time, in the same breath, Gaza, Hamas is pretty much fucking done for. And they don't have to fucking deal with it. We don't. So, like, in the same breath, we should have done the same thing with the IRGC. We should have knocked out the power, knocked out water desalinization, and we should have fucking just laid fucking waste. We would have probably killed 100,000 civilians, and they would have cried war crimes. But Iran, the IRGC would have never fucking, they wouldn't exist anymore.
But because something you just said, Rich, that you have to think about, they won't surrender. They will refuse to surrender.
Yeah,
this is
different
than.
I have an answer. So I have an answer to that. Everybody always says you can't destroy a religion like Islam. That's not true. If you destroy every mind that holds to the ideal of Islam, and you destroy every fucking mention of Islam, and you destroy from every person's mind that Islam no longer exists. You burn all the history books, you kill everybody that holds to that ideology, everybody that's sympathetic, and you kill them all, and next thing you know, there's no more mention of Islam. It doesn't exist.
So you can't actually make statements like that on YouTube. Those would be considered hate speech and abusive rhetoric. However, if you attack the legal code of Muhammad, the Charter of Medina from 660, and you look at the gangsterism, the mafiaism, the terrorism, and what they did to the Jews in Saudi Arabia, the Muslim terrorists, the first Islamic state, it's right there in 600 AD. All you got to do is study the law, and thank God we have Abby here, a lawyer, who used to be a Democrat lawyer. Now she's a Republican. Mazel tov. Look at
Abby, I was going to mention, are you familiar with the story of Genghis Khan? So, like, I think it was Genghis Khan, right? He was the one that they came in and they murdered like his whole village and shit like that, and they left like the women and children alive. And then he realized through them allowing him to survive that it allowed for that idea to still survive and thrive. And then he ended up like conquering like a quarter of the fucking world and populating like 20% of the world or some shit. And just, he realized that when he would go into a village, instead of just wiping out all the combatant soldiers, he would just murk the entire area, just go scorched earth, kill every woman and child. Or he would bring them into his group and like convert them into his group. And that's how he did it. And I mean, that's what we should have done in Iran. We should have went in and just absolutely fucking laid waste to it. We did it in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you know, and it stopped the fucking war. Had we just done regular, storming the beaches and shit, that shit would have probably ended up either losing, we would have lasted 30 years, lost millions of people.